All right, we're back. I guess I should post that in the thing. Um, yeah, that took way longer than I expected. But the issue really came from the fact that I just couldn't reconnect to Twitch. So that's fantastic. But we're here. Hopefully people are still here. If they're not, to be honest, I'll probably just do the same thing anyway. Um, but yeah, we're gonna start the player ranking here. What the fuck is chat talking about? Obviously, I see things about Matt Williams. No, whatever. Wingstop ad. Well, thank God. Oh my God, yeah, I got people to watch another ad. I'm gonna make so much money. By the way, it is working. So yeah, I guess I just need to restart my internet. I guess that worked out. Tomorrow's D's Brandon Donlin. I don't know what that means. Either way, nice thing to let me stream Sequester clearly. Yeah, clearly I'm streaming Sequester, and just the internet's so bad at the Hilton Los Angeles. That's what it was, right? Or was it Marriott? I forgot which one. Oh yeah, it did hit 1,000 Twitch followers. Thank you for that. Oh, Hamster Watch unprivated. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Good for them. Maybe. We're talking about Mitch is on BB20. Which Mitch? Like Mitch 48. Are we talking about? Oh yeah, that's why we got the big moves of it all. Yeah. If you have money, give me a bit. Yeah, generally, I'm kind of in the mindset of with Twitch and stuff like that. Like, yeah, you don't have to. Okay, like, I mean, obviously you don't have to. Obviously you don't have to. But like, also it's like, I think I'm pretty content with like not getting donations and bits and that sort of stuff on Twitch. Like you probably have better use for your money than that. Like if anything, I would rather you become a member on the channel than that, because at least with the member, like you at least, I guess, do for a bit you get like a badge, you know, that sort of stuff. It's like, but still, it's like at least with like members, you at least like get videos sometimes. At least like I don't know, you're getting something back to a degree. Most likely to return Christina Mills or Mitch? Christina Mills. Want to wait for a whole bunch of videos? Yeah, the problem is like I don't know how often they will be now. So yeah, like when it comes to members, like the next couple videos are all coming out like fairly soon after I'm done with them. Like the Big Brother cast assessment, the 5152 video. I am either way at this point. I'm going to give members a week for the Survivor 50 review. Is what the plan is for that, which I think it'll just line up well enough anyway. Like I don't think I'll have to go out of my way for that, but like that is the intention with that at this point. Just like as a like, you know, like thank you to members. When it comes to the like, by the time I get to the 50 player, or not the 50 player, the every player ranking, like that should be out fairly well ahead of time before they're public. So maybe that'll be like a good time, but yeah. People did hate 48, but not production. And actually, from what I understand, casuals liked 48. Just the fan base didn't like it. Getting raided during the Hitman stream, no. Yeah, that's kind of why I turned off raids. I might turn them back on. I don't know. Like I've considered turning them back on just because like there are more like Twitch streamers in this like realm now, from like Corey and like Quinn, Morgan, and then obviously you have like Taryn Puya, but also it's like most of them don't know who I am. Like really, I mean I guess like Corey, Quinn, Puya do, but also like I don't stream at the right times is kind of also the issue. Like I think like maybe for next stream maybe it will be beneficial. I was thinking about that to turn it off, because maybe there's a shot like Corey could raid me or something. But like, yeah, Steve also. Also, I don't know if Steve knows who I am though. But it's also like, yeah, I don't know. I think for the most part, I rather just keep him off, just because like, I don't know. I think overall this sort of stream, it's like there's like a specific vibe I want to like keep, right? Like I think it's like to have like all the non-reality people just like come in. It's just like, yeah, this is just kind of awkward because like the intention is to just talk about reality TV. It's like I wish there was a way that you can make it so you can only be rated by specific people. I think that would be better if I was able to do that. If there's like a setting that you can like, okay, Corey can raid me, Quinn can raid me, like Puya can raid that sort of thing. But I don't think there is. But I don't know. Again, most times it just doesn't matter anyway because like I'm almost never streaming when they're streaming. So it's like I'm never gonna be rated by them anyway. But there's at least like a possibility on Friday. Now. Oh, is Steve streaming right now? I didn't even know that. Are we talking about right now as in like, oh, are you just talking about in general? Oh yeah, I think you're talking about in general, right? Okay, yeah. I thought you meant like right now. For raid Will Neff. How would that go? I don't know. Like us reading Will Neff, it's like yeah, it's like I doubt that makes much of an impact to Will Neff, right? Was Will Neff actually Will Neff's not even live right now. Even Will Neff, I think I outstream Will Neff most times. You have to be good enough to have the honor to rate. Yeah, surely. How, or you mean who's rated me in the past? I don't even remember the channels. No! God damn it. Fucking drop frames again. Not much. Like definitely way better than last time, but I just had a fucking, yeah. God damn it. Like it's still better than last time either way, but whatever. Yeah, even Laced Up Lauren, like I outstream Laced Up Lauren. It's more likely to return Kenny, BB, or Matt Williams Survivor. Matt Williams Survivor, because at least they don't hate him. That Nova's funny, was it? Yeah, we'll start to play right. I actually genuinely need to get this done. I need to get it done so I can get rid of this from the stream title. Yeah, next stream title should be like Big Brother Cast, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's not gonna be fucking, is the cocoa milk vendor from Rayo Tribe who's in love with the 6-7 million hearts and the damn European fucks. X is Tidy Whitey's the worst player ever. We need to get rid of that. What is this? How do we go from Baby Legends being rumored and teased to a bunch of reality nobodies and drag queens? How dare you call them nobodies? But yeah, it is kind of weird. I don't hate it though, personally. I'm still interested. Either way, okay. Is everything fine? There's gonna be titties and that is a pretty unhinged title. When were BB Legends rumored and teased? I don't know if they were teased, but like I think people were just like holding out hope for it, right? I don't know if they were teased though, right? Alright, am I on the right screens? I need to be on this. I guess I need to bring my phone up so I can see chat. Okay. So yeah, again, time to work on the player ranking and finish the phase that we're on. 6-7. Not drop frames again, at least, since last time. My internet is very, like, up and down, though. So, yeah, I think just tonight's just kind of a shit night, seemingly. Saying I haven't had many internet issues recently. Like, it's actually been a very long time. But, anyway. We have 6-7 left. You can't see the 6-7? Yeah, what am I doing here? So, okay, we need to... Okay, so this is the thing also. Okay, well, we got the comments from a week ago now. We still have to run through these. The thing is, we did actually start to run through this one last stream, and then realize, fuck, I'm too distracted to even do anything. Yeah, like I end up instead looking up the Circle Wiki and looked up Victoria Baymonde's Instagram and followed Jeremiah. And I don't know, did I do anything else? I probably did. Generally, I found that very funny, and thank God, another tangent here. I did find that very funny that oh, it's actually gonna open just upstream, isn't it? Cool. Um, open. Yeah, cool. Cool. Whatever. There. I did find it very funny that the thumbnail for last stream ended up being Victoria. Like, yeah, the thumbnail for last stream ended up just being Victoria's Instagram, which, yep, that was necessary. All right. Again, time to take this seriously. Player ranking. Let's do this. Again, I didn't do it last stream, so I have to make up for that and go through the comments from 2 streams ago. And again, we kind of started last stream. Why is Kenzie in the Devon's Emily Christian tier? She should at least be with the other winners. I agree. I think in retrospect that is probably the case. Tonight's not the final ranking stream, but it is the final. Like, we're gonna be done with this phase to where all it is just like moving. Like, it's just like grouping, like ranking the people within the tiers, and that's it. Like, there's no more like. And too fair, there might be like some shifting of tiers here and there, but like it won't be like now where we're like literally moving people up like a whole bunch of tiers and everything. It'll be like, hey, this grouping, how do I rank these people? And then that's just where they are on the list. Kenzie's balls though, but also I don't know. Kenzie generally, like, yeah, it's like, should she be lower? Again, we talked about this last stream, but like really, it's like, should she be lower than these people? Like, I don't think so, right? Like, she's not really worse than like. Actually, no. This is the group. This people. It's like I think she's like, in comparison to Tiffany. It's like I think it's like close. To where, like, obviously Tiffany's a 2-time player now, but also Tiffany had like no path to the end on either of her seasons. And yeah, it's like Kenzie like started off very strong on her season. Like, I do think Kenzie moving up makes a lot of sense. I think at least to here with like Adam Klein and Rich. Probably higher just from the fact that, again, like, Kenzie is someone that I think would be consistent. Again, I have no faith in Kenzie's like strategic ability. But like, Kenzie is the type of player that like she's gonna maybe Marianne and Gable do move up. I don't think they're gonna move up as much. I do think Kenzie actually is just a better player than them. Because again, Kenzie's someone that like I think is just liked and will make it deep most times. Like Gabler and Marianne were like almost the first boots on their seasons, or not first boot, but like would have been taken out in the pre-merge of their seasons. Or like Kenzie like got to like she was in the top 2 of Yanu. I keep on forgetting the tribe name if I'm being genuine. But either way, it's like I'm debating. I don't know if is she better. She's not better than Jam Jam though. I think is the thing. Yeah, I think I'm kind of settling here. Then I think she's like generally. I think she's probably above Adam and Rich, but probably below Jam Jam. Jenna should be moved down. Difference between her and Amber's. Amber had 2 deep runs. I guess. I mean, I think like I view Jenna as a more like versatile player in the sense that she's like better in challenges. Like she played from the top like for 2/3 of her season, and then like was able to win challenges at the end. Yeah, I could see the. Wasn't there a point where that was the case that like Jenna, Amber, and Jam Jam were like all together? Jenna versus Fairplay and Rupert. I think the tough thing for me is I don't know if there's that big of a difference between like Jenna and like Vesepia. can see a world where Amber does poorly on any random season. I mean, I can, but like not to any significant. Like it's like a spot where like she can be taken out as like a physical liability early on, especially in the modern day. But like, yeah, in general, she's an affable person. Like usually, even when like people vote her out early, it's not because they have anything wrong with her. It's more so just like, yeah, we have probably better other people. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's more of a thing where I do think there. What the fuck was that? Dude, my stream's just breaking for like no reason. Yeah, like my audio cut out for like no reason. So that's great. Again, thank God. You're back. I'm back. Yeah, that was. I don't know what just happened. Like literally, my headset just turned off for like no reason. Um. So whatever. I guess I don't know what is happening anymore. Yeah, like Jenna moving down, I think feels fine. I'm kind of more thinking about like what I do with these people because like, is there really that much of a gap between like Jenna and Danny Boatwright? And Jenna and like Vesepia, Jenna and because like Amber being here feels okay to me, but like maybe it is a world where like these people should be lower. Oh, Hamster went private again. Oh, that's kind of funny. Danny has a win at least. What are we talking about? All these people have a win. Or talking about like between these people, but like again, these people have a win. V, Nat, Danny are actually intentional. But like again, like Jenna like played a very strong game for first like 2/3 of her season. It's like yeah, she wanted to quit by the end, but yeah, we're talking about Jenna Maraska. What do you thought? Like Jenna Lewis? Jam Jam's a better player than Jenna. I don't know if that's the case. I'm not like 100% solid on that. I think they should be close though. Wait, I feel pretty good about moving Jenna back down here. It's more so like, do I also move these people back down? Because that's what it kind of feels like it should be. But also, it's like, I kind of do just want to have Natalie White above Russell. Just because it's funny. I mean, Jenna had way more win equity than Austin did. Like, yeah. Jenna of Rachel Lamont. Rachel Lamont's like way higher. I think Rachel's like kind of a different style of player than Jenna. Or yeah, I think it's just like different all around. Like Rachel's someone that like was in bad positions for a lot of her game, but I think was playing optimally for her entire season. Jenna is someone that like was in a much better position, but I don't know if she was playing optimally. Jenna loses to 3 by the time of the final 7. Is that the case? Like she loses to Heidi, she loses to Rob. Like, does she lose to Alex? I don't know. I think it's close. I think Rachel would play better than Jenna if she was on top. Yeah, it's like I have just way more faith in Rachel as a player. Which again, how much of that is founded on reality? Not much of it, to be honest. Like not much of it is based around like how much we actually saw of her, but I just do genuinely have that faith in Rachel. Yeah, I think I think Vesepia is the main one that's bothering me. I think Danny Boatwright and Natalie White, I think I can keep them up here, and that's fine. I think Vesepia is the one that's like is Vesepia better than Jenna Maraska? Like, is she that much better than Jenna Maraska? I think is the main thing. I don't know. I think that's something that is like it doesn't really feel right. But I don't know. But he's like at least with like Danny and Natalie, they were in like very good spots in their original tribes. Vesepia is like someone that like initially was on the outs and then kind of got into a good position. But really plays a lot of the game like from the bottom and kind of gets lucky at points in the end. It's like, I don't know, like is it really that good? Was Jenna gonna do on All Stars? She didn't quit? Probably not. But like she probably would have done the best of the winners at least. Based on games, Jenna is better than Rachel. Debatable. Like I think they're, yeah. I mean, yeah, probably. It's very close. Like I think Jenna has higher highs. I think Rachel's lows are probably not as egregious. I am feeling like I'm moving Vesepia down. It is kind of what my gut tells me. Because yeah, at least with like Danny, she was running her original tribe. Natalie was like with Russell and running the original Foa. Amber with Rob. Vesepia doesn't really have that. And like I do think Vesepia like does well to survive for a good chunk of the game, but she never really has any like real like power in the game, or it's just like and it's not even like she's like that good at challenges or anything. It's like, you know, she's just kind of like whatever. I am kind of feeling like maybe Rachel. I think my issue with Rachel is that I feel like Rachel and Savannah are not that far apart. Like I think they have like different pros and cons to them, but I think ultimately they kind of land the same for me. Like they're both people that like were targeted for a lot of their seasons. They are good at challenges. Again, they're very like active player. Actually, I don't even know if that's really the case for Rachel. Like I think it's debatable. Like I guess they leg up for Savannah just be like her second appearance isn't bad. I guess. Rachel isn't better than Danny. I think Rachel's better than Danny. I don't know. It's close. I think Winners at War is like not. It's not like yeah. Like for me, Winners at War doesn't really do much. I think Danny's game is better than Rachel's for sure. I think Rachel as a player, I have more faith in Rachel than Danny. Vesepia, Jenna, Jam Jam, Kenzie are tier? Probably, yeah. Are they below this though? I think that's kind of a thing that I'm not sure. Like, are they all below? But like, it would make sense if they are a tier. Obviously, it is a grouping of winners that are lower here. Oh, okay. Cool. Is Dawn too high now? I feel like that's like it feels like someone like a Dawn is possibly too high if this change. Should I just say fuck it and put him above this tier? Because I think the main reason it's not is mainly because of my thing with Jam Jam, where I was like, I don't know if Jam Jam's better than Austin. mean, Dawn's good, but it's like, is she this good? Yeah. The Ken Wentworth not have a similar trajectory to Matt Williams on her first run. I guess they're, and actually no, it is different because Kelly Wentworth was like actually good on her original tribe, but I don't know, it's not that similar, I guess. Yeah, okay. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. I think I will move Rachel down to here. I do have a lot of, like, I don't have a lot of faith in Rachel. I do have faith in Rachel. Like, I do think Rachel is the type of, if she were to come back, I do think she would do very, very well. And I do think she has a lot of, like, individual skills for the game. But there really is not a point where she's like running the game or even running her tribe. At least you could say that, like, Savannah, like Holloway. So yeah, I am thinking maybe move her down to this tier, like maybe like the upper end of this tier. Sophie and Sam. Oh wait, Sam and Sophie are in the same tier as Austin and Dawn. I think it's fine. Like, ultimately, it's like I think they're still around here. Yeah, I think, like, my gut says that they're better than Jam Jam and Kenzie. Yeah, I think this is fine. Like, yeah, like, should it technically be like, I don't know, like this or this? It's like maybe, but it's like, does that really matter that much? It's like, I don't know. Sam and Sophie want to win. Like, is wanting to win a thing? I don't know. It's like I guess, like, that's like a minute. Again, like, it's the sort of thing where, like, yeah, it puts them at the top of this tier, but I think them being in the same tier is still fine. But yeah, okay. So we're done with that one. Fuck me. Okay, there's 3 of them here. I feel like Brandon Quinn shouldn't be higher than Kelly Goldsmith. Yes, Kelly flipping on Lex was emotional, but Brandon was not flipping was. I don't feel like that's the rationale I had for it, but worse because Lex was still willing to call him next. Lex was not willing to call him next. Lex didn't vote him out and didn't want him to go, and actually, like, fought for Brandon to stay. It's just that, like, Ethan and Tom did it, and Lex wasn't a part of it. He saved us from his group early on, but it's not like he had good relations with the older people. Shouldn't be around Fincher. Where is Brandon? I actually don't even remember. Brandon's here. Kel Goldsmith's here. Brandon's with what? With Jen, Carl, High, and Jawan. That's kind of a really random grouping of people. Generally, that is like a kind of insane grouping of people. But they played optimally. Yeah, but I'm saying that, like, I don't think that is that big of a deal. Like, I think it's like, yeah, they're above, like, they're probably at the top of that tier, if that. But it's like, I think they're still, like, in that tier. Like, they're still in that ballpark. Where's Fincher? It's like down here. I think there was a difference between Fincher and Brandon in the fact that Brandon actually had an actual alliance. Fincher didn't. Fincher only had, like, Eric Cardona. Juwan's a better player than JP. I mean, Juwan was almost the first boot. So, Carl should be higher. Carl's on the bottom for a lot of the game. I mean, like, I think it's like maybe here. Like, he could be there, but like like I think maybe he's like artist level. I don't think he's moving up much more than that. Um, I think Carl High is fine though. Um, all right. Already other arguments for this. I think Brandon's fine generally. Like again, Brandon had allies. Brandon was in like at least a half and half like sort of situation. Like Kelly was like not in danger initially on her tribe, but she was never in a good spot. Like she was on the bottom. Um, Juan did recover from the bad start, but not on his original from his group though. Like he recovered because he got swapped away and then like merged where the other side had numbers. If he like where he was a swing, like it's not like Juan recovered those relationships with Savannah and like fuck else was there. I guess it was really just Savannah, Rizzo, and like Nate and Sophie, right? But still, it's not like he like bettered his position within that group. It's like he just recovered because like he got swapped into a better spot. Um, yeah, but I mean, I'm still saying that like Carl was not in the loop of what was actually going on. It's like, yeah, he wasn't going home, but it's not like he was actually in that good of a position. Like he wasn't actually controlling things. Like it always felt like he was kind of just like the tag along. Which again, I think it's like, is that artists? Maybe. Um, but it's like I don't think like Carl has any like actual like I don't know how much actually well Carl does on that season, especially like actively. Like if anything, he's like isolating Elizabeth, and I don't know. It's like I don't think he's actually that good. Um, I just feel like he's high. Like I do just think he's high. Um, which like I don't know. Maybe there's an argument that they should be here. Um, but I do think wherever high goes, Carl goes. Um, Chanel's where, yeah. So like I think Chanel being like I think doing this is not the worst thing in the world. Um, I'm just thinking through the other ramifications of it. I think it's fine. Yeah, generally I think this is fine. Actually, I think I probably will just do this. Um, um, I think the difference between this and this is that these people were at least initial majorities. Outside that, I think they're like not that far apart either. Wonderful fish tonight. We'll have to see. Okay, what was the other thing? Oh fuck, there's more than one thing. The way Roxroy played early should land him lower. Did Roxroy play that poorly early? I don't know, like Roxroy, like despite like being Roxroy, like still got himself into majority groups. I guess like he wasn't like where's Roxroy in this? I remember I moved him up. Okay, I moved him around here. Um this is also kind of a random grouping, but also it's like Roxroy's this weird thing where like I feel like Roxwell. Wait, what the fuck, dude? I saw well in whatever. Roxroy. I feel like Roxroy. Like he's worse on paper than what he actually is. Like I think he's one that you think of Roxroy and think, oh yeah, he's kind of shit because like he's like stuck in his ways and he doesn't really like he plays a very like honor bound game. But like reality is like he still had allies. He still made it pretty deep in the season. He does get like theoretically swap screwed. Um, yeah, again, yeah, I think Roxroy is fine. Um, I think it's a spot where I probably assessed him too low in the past. Yeah. I pray for Melinda Hyder and Brandon to be back to back, or is Melinda Hyder and Brandon Donlin? There's Brandon Donlin. Linda Hyder is here. It's not that far apart. I don't think they're gonna be back to back, but I think it would be very funny just to do it anyway. But again, we'll deal with that later. Um, and then there's one more comment, right? This one. I feel like Joe Hunter should be above Russell Hantz because while both get to the end twice with little or no win equity, just at least not heated. Yeah, that's a fair argument, at least. I want to see where they're actually at. I think, also to be fair, like this placement of Joe was before I rewatched 50. So now in a spot where I've rewatched 50. Yeah, it's like I think Russell's a more like aggressive player. Like Russell's someone that pushes for his way more than Joe, who's like more of a like again, he just like ends up backing down to what other people want. Also at a winning scenario. Like, I guess. That's like he was never trying for it, and it's like even for him to get in that, and even then, it's like, is it even like it's not even like known he wins. It's just known that he has like a good chance. Winning scenario on 50? No, for sure not. I think on 50 is the biggest go on the board. 48, it's like you can argue that like I don't know if it's like star Joe Eva, it's like maybe, but like it is looking rough. Like genuinely, part of me wants to move him here, if I'm being honest. Like, is Joe Hunter that different from a Tai Trang? I guess Tai Trang is. I think Joe's better. I guess Tai had win equity, but like generally, like I think Joe's better in almost every other facet. Like Tai's also like way sloppier and like puts a bullseye on his back at points. Like Joe is someone that like for no fucking reason people are involving him in everything. Tai wins games because he makes the end. That's not the case. That's not 100%. Like, yeah, like it leans Culpepper, right? If it's him, Culpepper, Troyzan. Like Tai definitely gets votes, and like he would have had a shot, but like he definitely doesn't win for sure. Is Joe better than Jonathan? At this point, I think he is. To be honest, at least I think he's better. Like I think 50. If it was not for win equity, I think Joe plays a much cleaner game on 50 than Jonathan. I do think Jonathan's a more active and intentional player. But I do think Joe's again, like Joe's 50 games, like I think like the thing about Jonathan is I think Jonathan also like tries and fails a lot on that season. And again, like I guess like credit to him for that. That he is trying. Ties like the Rizzo. I guess, yeah, kinda. I think ultimately, I think I am going to just land the same on Joe. And I think the main thing that's holding me back on Joe is just the lack of like agency from Joe. Because I think Joe's like a very, like, I think Joe unintentionally does very well in the game. But and like, even though I think he's like, because we saw him on 50, like 50, like he's able to get to the end and like claim that, oh, I played a more cutthroat game, I cut you people, whatever. Like he was able to like own that part of his game. They just didn't care. To where it's like, I guess credit for him for owning it, but like if they don't care, then like does that matter anyway? Like if they don't respect you at all, like to care that you are doing that, then like doesn't matter anyway. Like I think it's like a spot where like he's like a better coach. I think is yeah. I was thinking about that with Ty. Is that like maybe it's a spot where like does Ty move down? Maybe like does Ty move into this like Russell Hantz tier? Like it feels weird because like these are all people that like were kind of hated by a good chunk of their juries. Where like Ty wasn't as much in that case, but like I can kind of see that though. The thing about Ty though, Ty has like had two extremely deep runs with like at least like winning scenarios. But I guess to be fair, Jonathan had a winning scenario as well. Um, I'm kind of thinking like, okay, does Jonathan move up? Do I move Jonathan higher? Because I could see that as well. Like especially now feeling, I think from exit press, um, Lex is more so there because like I just don't think Lex is actually that good. Like I think Lex is a very like emotional sort of player, and that like I think those sort of things halt Lex from being higher. Um, like the fact that Lex keeping around Amber I think is bad. I think like how he treats like Kelly and all sorts of stuff in Africa is bad. Like I feel like for me like more of those sort of things halt Lex. And the fact that I think he's a very like emotional and like paranoid sort of player. Um, mm, I yeah, I feel I feel like I am just moving Jonathan up, especially like again now knowing Jonathan's win equity on 50, like having her like exit press and everything from like Christian and like supposedly Devins would have again been a Jonathan vote over Rizzo and that sort of stuff. It's like I think I do give him a bit more credit for his win equity on 50. Um, and like while I do think he had like certain jury members that were very anti him, I don't think it's as much as what it felt like at the time. To where like I do think that middle group was like legitimately in the middle, like the like nerd trio people. So yeah, I think I probably do give Jonathan like a tad of a rise. Um, wow, he could win against Rizgod and Joe. How impressive! You understand? Rizgod is the best player ever. You haven't seen his game on 49? How impressive it was that I kept all those idols. Mary on 48, which she be bottom two winner solely from the fact that she got lucky of Sean Dark saving her. Probably. I think it really depends. If she like played the game that she did, and then just like won out from 7 on, yeah, she would be. Like if like she somehow got to the end in different circumstances, then like I think there's a shot she's not bottom two, but she would still be bottom tier though. Um, but anyway. All right. I think we're fine with all this. Again, like the minute of like, oh, is Lex better than these two? It's like, well, we can do that later. We just need to figure out like the structure of the list. Um, and with that, we have 6, 7 people left. Risen never going into a vote without an idol is generally the most ridiculous stat. Not as impressive as it sounds, but wild. Yeah, that's kind of how we talked about in the review also. We're like, yeah, it's insane that that's a thing that happened. Like ultimately, like it is Rizzo though, but also, yeah, it is kind of insane that happened. So first things first, Tina Shears right here. Because that's actually where she was at the end of last stream. And then I moved her down just for sake of having 6, 7 people left. So now we're at 6, 6. Yeah, my stance has always been the same. Like, I think if it's Jonathan, Rizzo, Joe, Jonathan has the edge. Like, Jonathan win. Yeah, this tier's fucked. We're going to have to really break it up. Yeah, it's like, it's a spot where, like, Jonathan wins at the start of Final Tribal. Is there a shot that Sri starts to do work for Rizzo and all that in the spot? Maybe. And could that have flipped over Devon's, Emily, and Christian? Maybe. But, like, for sure, like, as of going into Final Tribal, yeah, like, Jonathan wins, seemingly. Like, I don't think it's impossible that, like, Christian and Devon's and Emily could have been flipped. Still good considering the fact that there's some people who should have been targeting Rizzo. I guess. Oh, wait. Am I gonna miss it? This one?
I've been wanting to beat off.
Thank you, Lion Melon, for a resub. What is this? Was it Cameron? Oh, we're talking about Cameron BB19. Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, David in 21 was also very funny. Yeah. What am I at now? This. Oh, wait, no, I need to switch up back to. There we go. Have ever competed in an org? I did one time on the Sasuke Maniac forums, and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and I was the second boot. But also, I didn't realize how much you had. Like, this was like, I was like, what, 16 or something? And also, I just did not realize how active everyone else was. So I guess I was like Michelle from BB4. In that I just genuinely did not realize how much I should have been like strategizing with other people. And essentially, I was like, literally, I was Michelle. Generally, I was Michelle from BB4. Like, that's how I got taken out. I was like week 2, I was a pawn, and then like I got taken out. Because like the real majority that like all the people that actually like game together like voted to save the other person, who was like the HOH's target. So yeah. Yeah, what are we doing here? Gabe Cade. Yeah, okay. What are we actually doing right now? Like, generally, okay. Let me try to piece together what we're even actually doing right now. Like, Gabe Cade on paper should be like higher. Like, he at least had allies. You could argue he was screwed in the way that he was swapped away from his allies. Obviously, the way he plays the game's bad. But like, it's not like he had like no inroads in the game. Him going out with multiple outs is bad. Yeah. Yeah, he did want to create society. That is the case. I think we'll keep him here for now. Yeah, I think we'll keep him here for now, and then generally, okay. Actually, let's do this first. Let's create some room here. I think I just need to actually split up this tier, because this tier is just kind of a mess. I think Gabe Cade and Stephanie Dill together, I think that was intentional. Even like these people, I can kind of see it. Jolanda's kind of different. I mean, like, okay, actually, I kind of see what the intention was with this group, in that these are all people that, like, were early boots, did not play well, but at least had allies. Like, that's kind of what this group is. I'm trying to see if there's anyone that contradicts that, and there's not. I guess, like, Jess. Jess kind of contradicts that. And Annie. Annie kind of does too. Like, Lindsay turned away all of her allies by the end. Yeah, it's like with Gabe Cade, it's like Nalia and Pascal loved him. Like, they were crying when he went out. Like, they were really pissed. That's actually part of like what motivated them to flip eventually. It was that Gabe Cade went out. Is Jess lower than Lovett? I think so, yeah. I don't think it is in game, but I think it is just on the fact that I don't think Jess can play Survivor. I think is the bigger issue. Um, yeah. Hmm. So like looking at the tiers here, it's like okay, wait, how do we want to break this up? So like Stephanie Dill and Jed are kind of back to back. Genie too low. Maybe. I mean, she probably should be like maybe like this level. Um, or maybe even like this level would be Flicka. I guess even Flicka like maybe this level actually. I don't know. Like Genie, like Genie's kind of like Roxroy, but like on paper she sucks. But like she still made it to the top 3 of UA. I guess like a difference there though is that Roxroy at least had like Drea as like an actual ally. Like Brad or Genie's like number 1 ally was Brad, who was more loyal to Shan. So like that's kind of bad. Um, I am kind of feeling like this though. Like that is similar from like a Mad Dog. Like Mad Dog had Tina. These people didn't even have anybody really. Um, like I think there's pros and cons to go with Genie in terms of like comparison to these people. Um, or like she did go to more tribals and okay, cool, hit the mic. She did go to more tribals and survive them, but also she's someone that never really had like actual footing in the game. I mean, yeah, she's obviously worse than Roxroy. Better than Alicia. Yeah, I mean, I guess like yeah, I can kind of see it just because like it's kind of a similar like mold of someone that does go to a lot of tribals, but um, never has any like actual agency in the game. I think the argument for Alicia would be that Alicia like just like seems to have more potential in the sense that she's like a scrappier sort of player. Like Genie was just kind of more aloof. Or like Alicia was at least like aware of her position in the game. Um, but I do think tier wise they should be actually probably around the same. Um, yeah. I think that's really the tough thing with this list as a whole is like trying to piece together what the actual criteria for things are and trying to stay consistent within them. Um, because overall, I think the criteria just feels different than that of my like when I do a top 10 worst player list. Again, logically, should it be? No, but like it feels like it is. Like I think with this, I think with the worst list, like it feels like so much more focused on like obviously the worst. We're like I think with this list, we're more so trying to find like the good, uh, and like it feels like it leads to like different results. Or like Genie is someone that like I had as like one of the worst players, of the new era before this, but like actually when like but yeah I think it really comes down to that argument of like I think it's like there's a lot bad to point out with Genie, but at least there's good to point out as well, where like with the people below her there's not like as much good. um it's funny that Andy would probably be in this range if he was the first boot in 47. If he was the first boot in 47, he's like here, right? He's like Jacob Derwin, I feel like. um but yeah. I think this like these grouping of people like this is just a group of people like Stephanie Dill, JP, Brooke, Jed, like that is like kind of a group. I don't remember why is Stephanie above JP and Brooke. I guess like Brooke was the first boot, JP was almost the first boot, Stephanie always had Jed as a shield. I guess that's the reason. um How's the ranking going? It's going. Um, but so I feel like these people together makes sense. What happened to all the room I made? Did I just like not use it, or what I do with that? Whatever. Let's make more room again. Um, Again, this is not ranking them. This is just grouping them together. Yeah. I think these people together. Um, Difference between Brooke and Helen so big. We're talking about Helen Lee. I think Brooks. I think the thing about Brooke is like how much do we fault Brooke? I think is the tough thing because like Brooke's alliance fucked up pretty bad. Like they made it very apparent that they were all together and like led to the other guys coming together. Um, I don't know how much to fault that on Brooke himself. Um, and I think that's a major thing. Um, I think when it comes to games, I think it's like Natalie and Brooke are not that different. I think Natalie is like boosted, or not Natalie, Nadia. I think Nadia is boosted from the fact that you can argue she got screwed by the like Amazing Race of it all. Um, like that was the thing that boosted her. National Fried Chicken Day, not fried chicken and waffles. Um, I mean, like I could see Brooke. Hmm. Yeah, what do I want to do with Brooke? Uh, who the fuck is Brooke? How dare you? You don't remember Brooke Garrity of what can I even call it? Like of I was gonna say of something fame, but like what fame is there? Um, Way better than Nicole. You had three allies. I don't know if that's 100% the case. I mean, like Nicole is someone that um, like she was initially in like the majority group. I guess it's like Brooke had three allies by the end. I guess. But it's like I also think Nicole's like a more active presence, but hmm. I think it just needs restructuring as a whole. Never seen that person in your entire life? How dare? Yeah, being Coach's friend fame. Thank God. Yeah, that's the one that Coach said that he wanted to play forever again. Um, he's like he is a worse. I think he's a worse this. Um, Debatable, I guess. I guess like is he that different from like a Ronnie Bardaw? Um, yeah, generally there isn't that much of a difference between him and Ronnie Bardaw, is there? Um, yeah. I mean, I think it's just a spot where we need to restructure things. Probably, like I think it's just that this tier might be higher, for the most part, based on how we're currently ranking things. Um, let's just break these people up first. Ryan Aiken and Mia. What was the thing there? Actually, Ashley, like, actually probably should. Like, I think, like, you got, like, Annie, Jess Chong. I think Ashley's probably a part of that. Like, kind of like second boots that didn't really have, like, much going for them. All of which did survive a single tribal, but they didn't really have any, like, real allies. And again, I'm not saying that these people are here. I'm just, like, putting them together. Let's see. So, like, Liz is probably So Kim level. And I guess, like, Lindsay kind of fits into that. Garrett is, like... Garrett's a bit of a strange one. Like, Lindsay, Southside... Like, I think Lindsay and Garrett maybe together. I guess Garrett at least controlled one vote. Lindsay didn't. I guess, like, Lindsay and TK possibly together. Wendy's just kind of different entirely. Lindsay Ogle, I'm not sure what to really do with. Jatia is also kind of a weird one. Paloma, I think, is closer to these people. Actually, no, Paloma and Marisa maybe are together. Matt Quinlan is probably closer to, like, the Jed group. Paloma's Helen. Paloma's a lot more confrontational, though. But I guess, like, it shouldn't be that much of a gap. I think there just needs to be restructuring. I think is really the main thing here. Like, I think just this tier is just a mess, and, like, some of these people are just going to be moving up entirely. Sarah Dawson... is a tough one because, like, she didn't have any allies by the end, but there was at least, like, a point where she theoretically had allies. But, like, she's still, like, ultimately the first boot from her tribe. I guess that is that different from a Lindsay. I guess, like, did Sarah do as much actively wrong as, like, a Lindsay Carmine? She should be higher because what Survivor player would dump the rice like she could. I mean, she did dump the rice and then survive, which is pretty insane. Just Strong not being the first person voted out of her tribe and that person not being Banu is insane, yeah. Garrett is better than Dolly. He's her, but also controls one vote. That is fair. Where's Dolly in this, actually? I think a difference would be that I think, like, Garrett does, like, actively bad. Like, I think, like, Garrett, like, takes that dominant position and then sinks it. But I guess you could argue Dolly does too. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I feel like that makes me want to move Dolly down, though, more than move... Like, I think Garrett will move up a bit, but, like, I feel like that more so feels like a move Dolly down thing. I don't know how much that was because of Cass's doing, though. I think that was more of Tasha's doing. Let's see. Why was So Kim above Lindsay again? I guess So Kim's not, like, confrontational, right? Lindsay is. What am I doing with Lindsay Ogle? Like, she quits. Garrett's better than Maddie? I don't, but... Where's Maddie in this, though? Maddie's, like, up here. I think Garrett is someone that, like, I feel like the highest I'm willing to put him is probably in this tier. And, like, this is kind of a weird tier to begin with, but, like, it's like he controlled one vote, and that actually, to be fair, maybe this is actually okay. I guess like that isn't that far from like a JP actually. Yeah, maybe actually around here isn't the worst thing in the world. You see, at least they control that one vote, and that's like a thing you can give them credit for. Um, Chatia. She was fourth place in solitary. Well, thank God. I need to watch Solitaire at some point. Uh, not many people could say that, sure. Um, yeah, generally, like, is Garrett worse than like a Peter Baggins? Probably not, right? Yeah, I think I probably do move in there, which feels weird. But like, I think the fact that he at least controlled the vote, even when he goes home, like that was like a lot of weird shit going on. Like he did misplay that round for sure, but yeah. Um. Okay. Should we? I think in general, maybe we'll just take this one by one. Like I think that's pretty much what we're gonna have to kind of do at this point. Making up players, sure. Um. Again, Gabe Cade. Again, Gabe Cade's one of these cases where like his elimination is really bad. Um. But he at least had like people that did want to work with him. He just got like taken away from those people. Um, so I think my instinct is to move him up a bit. I don't know how high though. Like obviously he like really self sabotages by the end, and that's really bad. But like in comparison to like all of these people didn't even have people that wanted to work with them. Like at least Gabe had people that wanted to work with him. Yeah, I know Blade game is airing. I haven't seen any reception to it though. I wonder if is it meant to be good? Like, is Gabe Cade really that much worse than like a Bill Posley? Like, I don't think they're that far apart. Like, Bill Posley literally gave up immunity to where his tribe just voted him out. Uh, and it's like Gabe had more allies in the game than Bill Posley. Um, so like I feel like Gabe being up to like around here isn't the most egregious thing in the world. Um, I'm just looking at who else is here. Yeah, it's like I could make an argument for even higher, but I think I still gotta dock him for his like play at the end. Um, whole thing's a mess. I mean, that's just how it's gonna be, though. Um, then yeah, I think these three probably do move up. Probably in different tiers though. Like I think like I guess a credit to Jed is the fact that he at least had the people like stick by him. Um, mm, I'm not really sure what to do with them. They might just be a different tier. I'm not sure where to put them. Nation's dumbest? Probably not. Like, each of them had allies in the game that voted with them by the end. But ultimately, they were in the minority. But then in Jed, I think is like one where like he is that, but also like they hate him so much. So we're like, how is someone like Jed being the first boo of his tribe? Like that's pretty insane. So I like I think that's just Gabe, right? Like that is just Gabe. And then maybe of these two, there's argument for a little bit higher. Or like at least with like yeah, JP was almost the first boot, but he does still like survive that. He still had like even by the end, Brady sticks by him, right? Or Brady even stick by Brooke. JP actively bad. I think he got in people's nerves, but like I don't know if he was making like major like strategic blunders. Yeah, he survived because like he tried to make fire. Was the story that they were gonna vote him out first, but then like he was at least trying to make the fire, so they were like, yeah, I guess we'll keep him around. We'll vote out Brooke instead. This is the opposite of Riz God, pretty much. What the fuck am I doing Courtney Moon also, by the way? But either way, maybe I do just put JP here. Do I just treat JP as a first boot? I kind of feel like that's the way I. And actually, is JP that much worse? Actually, generally, is JP that much better than Bill Posley anyway? I think by that I meant like players that had no merit to them. What I meant is by like the Courtney Moon, that she's gonna be above all the bad players. Like I got all these players are bad, but it's like I think there's at least like minor things to credit them for. Or like I think like what I meant by like Courtney Moon's only above the bad players, that like I think it's like, yeah, like so like I think like around here for like Cal Gleason. It's like, is there really anything they could really give Cal Gleason credit for? Not really, right? Like even like as like Chickens, like he at least had an ally. There's at least someone there. But so I really like Courtney's gonna be above Cal Gleason. That's something. Where's Pat Cusick? He's like there. He might go higher. I don't know. Pat Cusick's a weird one because like we just don't know what would have happened. Like he's one that has like, if we knew he would have survived that first round, he probably would go higher, but we just don't even know. So like I still think I'm gonna treat him as a first boot, essentially. Especially considering like he was confrontational and pissed people off and all that sort of stuff. Okay, where are we at now? Stephanie Dill is the other one I need to move around. Like maybe here? Like she wasn't the first boot from her group, but it's not like she had any like real traction in the game. I did initially have her above Brooke anyway, so like that feels fine. Next big ranking of the star player, I have no clue, to be honest. This is definitely the biggest I'm ever gonna do. I don't even know. I think I talked about it before. Is like I don't even know what the next like big video of this scale to even do. it's like I think there's probably things I'll do that have like 100 people and that sort of thing. Like maybe eventually I'll do like ranking every Survivor SA player or something. But I can't imagine I do like I can't even think of like what the next like video I would do that I would be ranking like more than like yeah like more than like 150 or something. All the games that's not happening. That's insane. It's too much work. Um, yeah, I feel like Stephanie probably is in this ballpark. I'm kind of feeling like she's like a worse Roxy. And even then, there's like pros and cons to the Roxy thing. Actually, in a way, is like, I guess like actually, is there that much of a difference between her and Hope? Um, like Hope also was like just on the bottom. I guess like Hope had a chance to save herself, but like that's also kind of an issue with Hope. Um, like she had an ally, survived the vote. That's something. Um, yeah, I actually don't even know how many people played Survivor South Africa. It's like what 9 seasons. Yeah, so it's not that much, right? Like even if every season had 20 people, like that'd be 180. And that's not even counting for the fact there's returning players. I guess there's one season of returning players, but either way, it's like yeah, at most there's like one. I guess there's a season of like 21, but there's also season 16. I don't know. Yeah, I would guess like somewhere in the 150, 160 range, right? So it's actually not that bad. The problem is I would have to rewatch South Africa because I just don't even remember most of the people anymore. Um, yeah, okay. I think that's fine for those people. Jolanda had a few people by her side, but also like was looked at as very confrontational. Oh wait, I think Ryan Aiken's technically next. Uh, Ryan Aiken also had some people by his side. Like, is Ryan Aiken also just here? Um, like this is a tier, and maybe I should break off this tier a bit. Actually, generally, maybe this tier should just be low. Maybe this tier should be like around here, actually. Because at least these people survived a tribal. Like, obviously, JP did, but like he wasn't meant to. Like, he survives a tribal by like very luck based circumstances. Um, these people like all like naturally survived the tribal. Um, these people didn't. Obviously, there's like pros to their game, so maybe they're just like here though. Maybe it's just like a step above like Nicole Delma and uh, Jelinski. Or yeah, Jolanda. Oh no, Ryan Aiken. That's what it was. Yeah, is Ryan Aiken just in there? Is Ryan Aiken better than Nicole Delma? I think is a tough thing. Like he at least had like allies. Like it took what a 4-3-1 vote to take him out. Mind you, part of that is just due to the fact he had a pregame connection to Dave, but like still, he had 3 people on his side. Like I guess that's a thing to credit him for. Like I believe everyone below him. I guess like Flicka had Cowboy and like that sort of thing, but like they also were going to be first boots from their tribes. So yeah, I'm kind of feeling like Ryan Aiken moves up to here. Um, why didn't Rob save Ryan? I think he just thought Ryan was a dick. Um, I think that's pretty much the bulk of it. Also, like him and Alex were like a duo at that point, and like Alex was closer to the like Butch, Roger, other person, Dave Johnson. side things. Um, Rob was a dick. I mean, I guess, but also like Ryan asked him if he was gay, and I don't know. It's like there was some weird stuff with Ryan Aiken, or like he was like being like openly homophobic and everything. So like that's not good. But it's like I think by the fact that he had like people wanting to keep him around, I think it's like enough to put him here just because like the people below him don't have that. Um, let's see. Surprised Roger didn't want to keep him then. Well, Roger, he kept Roger up all night. Again, he kept him going to the bathroom. How dare Ryan Aiken go to the bathroom? But Jolanda, I feel like Jolanda's also maybe it's not hard. Like again, Jolanda's also someone that like had allies. It's still pretty egregious they take her out in the spot that she was taken out. But she had people that wanted to keep her around. She didn't seem to be doing like that badly before the tribes came together. She at least like was good at a challenge. um yeah, I think Jolanda also being here doesn't feel too bad. I guess to be fair, Sonya is here, right? I guess that's like maybe a thing to think about, that Sonya like did have the like Kelly Stacy connection. And didn't play as bad actively in the game. Um Is Jelinski falling too low also at this point? Like, is Jelinski... It's like Jelinski versus Ryan Aiken. It's like, I feel like Jelinski's better. It's like, I guess Jelinski didn't have allies that stuck by him. But, like, I don't think Jelinski's that bad, though. Because, like, I think these are all, like, actively worse players than Jelinski. So, like, I feel like it's a world where, like, to me, it feels like Nicole Delman's at the bottom of this, and then Jelinski's, like, at the top of this. Is kind of how I feel about it. Yeah, I feel like Jelinski's better than, like, a Gabe Cade. But I guess if it really is this, like, notion of having allies stick by you, that, like, is the deciding factor, then no. Yeah, he did get voted out over Banu and Jess, which is pretty egregious. Yeah, whatever. Mia is interesting. Mia had allies. Had a good chunk of like fairly loyal allies, but also like got into a lot of confrontations. Um, yeah, it's like I think she's probably also just here. Okay, I think I need to figure out the Sonya thing. Yeah, maybe Sonya should be higher. Like, would I put Sonya here? Is that too high for Sonya? Like, the problem with Sonya is that she's Sonya. She's like a 60-something-year-old woman that, like, more than likely is just the first boot most times she plays. But also, like, she had, like, inroads in the game. She wasn't voted out unanimously. Like, it was a pretty close vote. She had, like, Kelly and Stacy on her side. Actually, if anything, is that like that might actually be even higher. That might be like Darnell Sarah. If anything, like her allies actually stuck with her. Um, Unlike these sort of people. How about we talk about Charlie's favorite music? Wait, favorite? Oh, we're talking about Taylor Swift's wedding. That is a thing that happened. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I'm still just trying to process it. I think this could make sense. I think this could also make sense. And generally, like even like this could make sense. I think the problem. Well, no, I guess it's the same problem that these sort of people have. These people at least survived the tribal, right? So like, I think she's still lower than them. Yeah, I think she's like somewhere in this range. Um, Generally, I never really thought about Sonya in this way, but also it's like, yeah, like, and she almost stays, and like she had people wanting her to stay. It's like that's something. Um, I'm thinking here, like I'm thinking like Claire level actually. Um, like in the sense that they had like theoretical allies, but they just didn't really stick to keep her. Um, and obviously due to different reasons, where like Matt lost a vote here. Like this is a spot where like Sue just like actually just flips on her and votes her out. But is she that different from like an Asia Welsh also? Um, so yeah. Where are we at? Seku Bunch. Seku is kind of bad. He did have an ally, but ultimately he does kind of sink his own game. Then again, it was like a small tribe with not much runway. Um, but yeah, I mean, like in a way, you could argue he's like worse than Tina Shear. I think he's more wrong than Tina Shear, but like I think him still having Nate by his side is like the minor thing to boost him up. Um, I hmm. He probably just is here. I don't know. Like part of me wants to go lower, but like I don't think like I think a problem comes from the fact that is Seku really better than Flicka and Cowboy? And it's like theoretically, if Flicka and Cowboy went to tribals, they would have been taken out worse than Seku. Like Seku at least had Nate on his side, where like Flicka and Cowboy didn't, but also Flicka and Cowboy did go to tribal after that. And did survive a tribal. So it's like like also part of me's like maybe he's like here. Like these are all people that had like some people wanting to keep them around, but they were still first boots. And like generally, Seku probably plays worse than these people. Um, and actually, now that I talk about it that way, maybe it is a spot where like maybe these people just move down. Like, is that really the worst thing in the world? Maybe it is that these people are because like they played actively bad in the game. Maybe they do move down to here because like at least yeah, like these people here like they at least had like people voting with them by the end. What if Seikyu survived the tribal if he made it to the swap? I just don't think we know, but maybe, probably. But yeah, like I think Seikyu's more at fault for his elimination. Um, See, I'm kind of feeling this is actually making me just want to move all these people back down. And like maybe it's a spot where like I also move Nicole Delma down with them. Um, and like maybe Jelinski too. Like it's kind of a spot where like I kind of want to give Nicole Delma and Jelinski credit for at least getting into the majority initially, but like considering it just flipped on them instantly. And like at least with Nicole's case, like I think she does like a lot actively wrong to cause that to happen. Like that feels like that probably is worse than like a Katrina and a John and Nicole who don't do like as much like actively wrong. Um, Part of me does want to just keep Jelinski up though because like, yeah, I don't think Jelinski does that much like wrong though. Um, like if anything, I think maybe Nicole and like Tina Shear are together. And then like Jelinski and like maybe this was fair to begin with. Maybe these people were like fine here. Like I think like I fault them for more like actively bad play. I guess like JP is probably the because like Gabe again clearly does a lot wrong. Jed clearly isolates himself from that group. Ryan, same thing. Mia, same thing. Seikyu definitely by the end. Jolanda's like kind of like I guess she came off domineering, but like it probably isn't like as bad. But like you get at least like say she did something wrong in comparison to like these sort of people. JP's kind of one that like I mean he was gonna be the first boot, but also it's like would even been that bad of a first boot in that spot. Um, What does this ranking of every reality show look like? We're talking about of the year. I mean it's Australian Survivor number 1, then 50 number 2, and then what like Traders UK I think is next. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like I feel like Tina and Nicole are below the Courtney Moon threshold, but like maybe these people are too. Wasn't JP the one revealing the Young Men's Alliance? I don't. I think he was the one doing. Like, he was trying to pull people in. I don't know if revealing is the right term. Or, like, I know he was, like, he was trying to, like, pull in Sarge and that sort of thing. Like, I mean, like, at Ponderosa, it's like, maybe? I don't even remember, actually, the story there. Like I know it was a fact where the men made it too obvious that they were together, but I don't remember who like gets the blame from like who did it at Ponderosa. But it wouldn't shock me if JP is the person though. Um, but again, should there be that much of a gap between JP and Brooke? I don't think it should be that much of a gap. Um, but maybe that's more of a criticism of these people being too high. But I don't know. By the way, also I refuse to end stream without finishing this. Like I literally refuse to end stream until we're done with this phase. So I'll be here until 5 fucking a.m. if I have to. Anyway, yeah, I think this big of a gap feels kind of insane. Don't finish the phase until 6, 7 in the morning. Sure. Um, maybe JP is here, actually. Like, it's kind of a different case, but, like, I think it's a spot where, like, they were all, like, almost first boots. Better than Peter. I don't know. Like, Peter was never going to be the first boot, at least. And he does end up surviving over Anna, but too fair, that's, like, not super impressive. I don't know. I mean, Jonathan... I don't know, where are they at? They're, like, down here. We'll see, though, by the end. Yeah, I think this feels okay to put JP closer to here. I actually feel like there's an argument that these people could be moved up. I think I'll leave that as is. And yeah, I think I'll leave these people here. Mia kind of is the interesting one, actually, because Mia does survive the Dolly vote. And was never, like, brought up as target there, but also she's, like, so confrontational and whatnot that, like, kind of sinks her. But I guess, like, is that different than some of these sort of people? Like, is that different from, like, a JP, like, kind of grouping? Which I actually no, it is, because, like, JP and them, like, all these people at least, like, were, well, I guess, like, Maddie was standing. Maddie's kind of actually weird in here, but either way, like, these people at least were, like, controlling of, or, like, were in the majority for a vote. Mia wasn't even in the majority for the one vote she was a part of, right? She was just on the bottom the entire time. But, like, maybe there was a world where I give her credit for surviving a vote, which I guess, like, would put her here. Which I don't know. I might do, even though I do think she ends the game pretty badly. Like, she at least isn't, like, she at least isn't targeted for a vote, and at least has a lot of allies for that vote. I'm debating right now. Are these people even worse than Blake, though? Like JP and Mia, at least. Okay, wait. Actually, Mia. Maybe Mia is just higher. Actually, like, yeah, Mia is, like, being so confrontational is really bad, but also is, like, I don't think, like, it's at least a spot where, and she had half the tribe with her initially. Like, even then, like, if it wasn't for Dolly fucking up as bad as she does, like, Mia's probably just in the majority. Initially. Yeah. I'm kind of feel like Mia might be here. I still think I dock her for, like, the actively bad play, but I feel like that's kind of what this tier is at this point. It's like, okay, yep, that's what I want to do. Wait, what the fuck is going? Okay, yep, cool, yep, that's what I wanted to have happen. But yeah, this list is a fucking mess at this point, but whatever. Where are we at now? Nicole Doma, Tina Shear. Yeah, okay. I think I might move Courtney above these people. Okay, wait. Actually, that was all I was thinking. Jelinski, I think I might just actually move up. I don't think Jelinski's worse than these people. Like Nicole, I think you'd argue had enough actively bad play to put her lower. I don't think Jelinski did that much actively bad. It's like it's bad on paper, but like, how much wrong did he actually do? To like, I don't know, maybe that is like closer to like JP level at this point. Um, or like maybe it's like closer to like this level. Like I could see him being at like the top of this tier. Saying these are all people that like were the first vote out, but at least had like people backing them. Jelinski, someone that at least had an initial alliance, so like maybe that's like a close enough thing. And like all these people at least survived a vote. Jelinski didn't. It's pretty egregious that he didn't against the people he was with. So yeah, I think I'll keep him there. John Love, I think Jelinski's better than John Lovett. Like John Lovett didn't really have any like real allies that stuck by him. I mean, like as in like there was never a point where he was in the majority group or anything. Like he was just always on the bottom with Andy. Like Jelinski at least was initially included in the majority. And then Q's Q. So I think he's like a step above. Where are we at now? Okay, Paloma. Or should we go to Matt Quinlan? Let's do Matt Quinlan, I guess. Matt Quinlan had allies. You can argue gets unlucky by the Colton situation of like Colton being handed an idol. Again, we haven't dealt with these people yet. These are all the people that we. This is the cop. These aren't ranked yet. Yeah, let's see. Like I think he's at least here. I think you can argue. Like you can argue he was screwed by the Colton being given an idol, but like ultimately, like he still like came off too domineering. I think he's probably still like Jolanda level. Like he's probably still in this like range. So yeah. Okay, Paloma. Paloma and Marisa are difficult because I think they're like very like confrontational. They got into fights. People didn't like them, but also they at least had like allies in the game. Um, I I do think they're a worse version of like a Helen. The question is where's that put them? I don't think they're that high. Like, aren't they just this? But like worse? Like, I think it's like credit them for having an ally, but like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't think they're moving up that much. And maybe it's more of a thing that these people should move down, but like, yeah, it's like even in comparison to these people, like, I think these people are like more like solid like groupings that they were a part of. Or like Paloma really just had Kelly. Marisa just had like Betsy and Mick who didn't vote for her. Like I think Sekou like is probably better on paper at least. Like Sekou at least had like Nate, who like actually no, I guess it's not that dissimilar actually. Yeah, maybe it's fair that they're just like there with like Sekou. Um, Yeah, maybe they just stick in this tier, actually. Maybe that tier is fine. Yeah. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Sarah Dawson. Or actually, no, let's do Wendy because Wendy's just kind of on her own. Wendy. Like, realistically, Wendy probably should be a bit higher. Maybe like in this ballpark. Maybe Alicia, like Genie, that kind of level. She survives like a decent amount of tribals. She never really has much like actual agency. Um, but yeah, she does survive a while. Trying to debate her and Genie. Genie probably had like an ally. Genie had like Brad, I guess. But again, Brad was more low to Shan. But like still, it's like Wendy didn't really have like an individual ally. I guess like once Reem goes. Wendy's boot is probably less bad. Like she at least had the Kama people initially backing her up. See, I'm thinking she might be better than Genie. I think she might be the best of this tier. I think is what I'm settling on. I think Andy's just Asian, right? Isn't he Filipino? I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's what his like. Is it ethnicity? That's I'm fucking tired. Whatever. Yeah. Okay, and what we're doing here, we're doing Sarah. Well, Dawson. Dawson, like by the end, had no allies. You could argue she had allies initially, though. But they are Asian though. Like like there are like obviously Philippines has like his like Spanish like background and everything, but they are Asian. It's like they were colonized by Spain, but like it's still like Asia though. Um I really could go all over the board with Dawson. It's like because like I think there's an argument she's here. Like she was the first boot from her group in a spot where like you can argue her like how she handled Jeff Kent was really bad. But you could also argue she was screwed out of allies. Um and in that world, like maybe she's like closer to here. No, Latina, they just have their last names. Yeah, essentially. Um, who was the other? Matt Quinlan was the other one I was talking about that with, right? So maybe I do have Sarah Dawson here. It's a bit tough to say that though. Where like Matt at least did have, I think Bill didn't vote for him by the end, right? No, I think it was Michael. Either way, like someone like at least still like kept by him by the end. Even then, like Bill did want him to stay. Dawson didn't really have anybody by the time she left. So yeah, I do think I'm leaning here. It's like it's kind of one of these things where like it's kind of like a Tina thing actually, where like it's excusable, like there's excuses to be made, but there's not really much positive to say though. So yeah, I think I do leave her lower. Lindsay Carmine, um, Lindsay's tough because like it's one where like she had a like actual like power structure set up that was like meant to run that tribe, and then just like completely sabotages it. That is fair, like a Dolly sort of level, which I actually I think like talking through Dolly probably should be lower. Um, yeah, Dolly should be lower. Looking at it, I think she's at least actually maybe she should go home at her first tribal. I'm like, is she really that much better than Amiya? Maybe she's like closer to here. It's like generally between her and me. I mean, it's kind of insane that Brooke is this high. Um, but like between like the comparison between Dolly and Mia, Dolly was in the swing position for that first vote initially, but like Mia was never in danger either way. Like it's not like they were ever considering voting out Mia at any point during that first vote. Um, and it's like considering Dolly like really fucks that up. It's like, um, yeah, like Dolly could be worse than Mia. Yeah, I'm just thinking it through. I mean, none of these people were ever in a majority group, though. Or like Dolly was for second, but then sabotaged it. I guess to be fair, like, is that different from Nicole Delma? I guess like Nicole Delma wasn't in the swing position, but like Nicole Delma was initially in a group at least. Um, who is the person we were talking about? We were talking about Lindsay, right? I could see where Dolly and Lindsay are together in a tier, and it's just more so about figuring out where that tier is. Um, like they had allies initially, sabotaged that spot, ended up with no allies. Um, but it's like a credit to them that they had allies to begin with. I think a difference. Actually, no, I think there is a difference between Dolly and Lindsay because Lindsay by the end had no one sticking by her. Dolly still had a 5-4 vote. Okay, there we go. Stapled out. Yeah, Dolly still had like people backing her by the end. So like I actually do yeah, there is a difference. Uh Even though there is a lot of bad play there. Yeah, so I actually no, I think I'll switch that back actually. I think yeah, I think Lindsay's just lower. Um I think I put Dolly here. I think I do just keep Dolly around here. Like, again, like, is there that much of a difference between her and Hope by the end? Um, I think that's probably more of an apt comparison. Uh, and like obviously it's different because like Hope was in a spot where like she just had a chance to save herself. It's not like she was in the center of things. But anyway, it's like I think yeah. I mean, I guess that's a thing that like I think Dolly. I'm Brooke being above Dolly definitely does make sense. Like you could definitely argue that pretty easily. Um, I think a difference that like both sides wanted to work with Dolly though. Where like Brooke, like the other side didn't want to work with him. Which like obviously you fault Dolly for like fucking that up, but also it is a credit that she was like the main person everyone was like pining over. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it. I think I'm gonna keep it like this. Um, I don't know if it is worse. Again, I think that shows like a natural ability for people to want to work with you. It's like I think it's a worse game, but I don't know if it's a worse like makes her a worse player. Um, or like if Dolly were to play again, would she do the same thing? Probably not. Like where if Brooke plays again, it's like would he change that much from his last appearance? Probably not. Like I think it'll just be the same. Like is there much for Brooke to learn from his appearance that would change that? Or like I feel like with Dolly, it's just like a very simple fix. Um, where like Brooke, that feels more like inherent to who he is as a player. Um, so I think I'm sticking by that. Um, yeah. What am I doing with Lindsay Carmine? I am. I think I might just keep her here then, with that in mind. Then because like if like is that different from a Dawson who had allies initially and then like end up burning them? Maybe it is a world. Maybe I do move him above Courtney Moon because like at least there is the positive that they had an initial alliance. Um, but I guess to be fair, that's what Nicole Delma is also. Like she had an initial alliance, burned it. Tina didn't really have much of anybody. Um, but I guess like she wasn't going home initially, so maybe it is like kind of the same thing. Um, how do you do in Sequester? Not well. It was like one of the first few boots. Um, okay. What I'm struggling with right now is like, what is the difference between this tier and this tier? Because like gut wise, my gut says that this is a tier that's below, but I'm trying to rationalize it in my head of why. Like, why is that the case? Um, and I don't know if I have like an actual real answer. To where maybe it's a spot where actually maybe I do just move them all below Courtney Moon. Where like, yeah, these people had some allies, but they also like actively sabotage their spots bad enough to where like I think they're below the Courtney Moon line. Where like Courtney Moon, I think is just like baseline because like in general, like Courtney Moon is probably more similar to these people. Or like I don't know how much wrong Courtney Moon really does, but there's not really anything to praise either. And I don't suspect she would have done that well. So we're like, she's actually probably more similar to these players. Where like these would be more actively wrong. So like I do think it actually does make sense to move Courtney up. TK. TK had an ally. I mean, TK actually is pretty like Marisa Paloma coded. Yeah, maybe we can do some sort of like sub tier at this point of like Seku. Okay, yep, that's what I meant to do. What? Seikyu, Jolanda, Paloma, Marisa, TK. Okay. Yep. I guess with TK, you can argue he was disfavored by the Exile or the Journey, whatever the fuck it was. Um, hmm. Jolanda's one that I kind of can see being in either tier. Uh, and also, I can see an argument that this tier is actually lower. Um, okay. I think we'll keep the tier together for now, just for sake of getting this done tonight, like this phase. Um, okay, okay. Maybe I need to reevaluate Lindsay. Um, if I am giving like, well, no, because Lindsay didn't have anybody by the end. Okay, I think it's like the Lindsay versus TK debate, which actually I did have them. Yeah, I had TK as worse, which like I think that's probably fair. Like when really think about it, is that not gonna close? Cool. Yeah, because like Lindsay at least did have a majority at a point. TK was just on the bottom the entire time, but again, like TK is someone that got disfavored by the journey. So, but I guess like in general though, yeah, that is kind of closer here because it's not like TK was ever in a majority group. But I guess like neither were these people. Uh, hmm. Okay, let me piece something together here then, I guess. Dude, this is never getting finished. I'm gonna be here at like fucking 8 o'clock in the morning. um, but yeah, so like Lindsay had a majority and lost it. You can argue Gabe had a majority and lost it. Nicole had a majority and lost it. Tina, you can argue it. Like, should there be a tier of people that had majorities at a point and then lost it over like people that were just on the bomb the entire time? Um, yeah, David Sampson's moving up, I would think. Um, because like these are people that were just on the bomb the entire time. I guess Jolanda's kind of a different case, and like Seikyu also is like not necessarily on the bottom, but like as like play gets him on the bottom by that point. But I guess like that's kind of the same thing as this. But it's like at least these people were like clearly safe and self sabotage. But like I guess does that make it worse? Um. Like, Matt is probably closer to this, too. Like, I think TK, Marisa, Paloma feels fine. And, yeah, maybe Seikuu is in there. Maybe Jolanda. I don't know. Jolanda's weird. Dude, this is just such a mess. Is it confirmed Rachel goes home if she doesn't get that safety without power from Saul? Yes. But also that would have been her being screwed by like a weird swap situation. Um hmm. Like in a way I can kind of see this also. I mean, is okay, maybe Jed should be low. Maybe Jed here. Ryan maybe moves above Jed because Ryan at least like had the pregame stuff, like him being sick in the pregame that this favored him. Tina, I think it's a weird one. Maybe something closer to this. Like I think these are all people that did more like actively wrong. I guess that's debatable with like TK. Like these are all people that had a majority at a point, even though they like burned that majority. These are all people that were like on the bomb at the beginning, or like were on the bomb the entire time, but like you can at least like excuse aspects. I guess like Jolanda you can't really excuse though. Um, but I also don't know how much Jolanda is like that wrong outside just being on Oolong. Um, maybe that is like Jolanda's like at the bottom of this, and then like yeah, I think that feels okay. Maybe Jolanda. I guess Jolanda probably just is in this group. Yeah, like these are players that were in the minority the entire time, or at least like were never in the majority. Or like Seikuu, like again, was in a 2v2 with like Stephanie in the middle. Um, which like I think that's pretty similar to TK position. Yeah, it's like whatever. I think that's fine for now. We'll figure out the like placements within it later. Somebody said that Jolanda instantly with the pursuit and started like wait, sorry. Oh yeah, actually I do know about that. Um, yeah, Jolanda. Yeah, I did like eat bugs right away and stuff. But like, is that really that much of a criticism? Um, Lindsay Ogle is one we need to figure out. She like she's pretty bad, but also like she survives a tribal. But yeah, she's never in like that good of a spot. I guess like initially Cliff was in an okay spot, and through that Lindsay was in an okay spot, but I don't know how much that would have last. Um, but I'm kind of feeling maybe like this level, maybe like the Flicka Cowboy level, and like JP of like theoretically could have been a first boot. Like had they um actually gone to try him the pre-swap. Actually, no, I think Cliff was always going to be the target over her, right? Um, so maybe in that world, maybe she's like closer to here, like she's closer to like a worse genie. Like maybe like yeah, like I could see her being at the bottom of this tier. Like minor credit for the fact that she wasn't going home first. But she was also kind of quit. Most likely Big Brother player to get asked to play Survivor. I feel like it's D. I wonder if it's D. Possibly Rick Devens. But yeah, ask Boston Rob. Say yes, not Boston Rob. Oh, you know, I'm dumb. I'm thinking the other way. Yeah, okay, yeah. I just realized that. Yeah, it's the other way around. I don't know, actually. None, because like I don't think Survivor would ask Big Brother players. Like if anything, it would be like CBS forcing them to, but I don't know who CBS would force them. Like if Rachel Riley, like clearly Rachel Riley was not in 52. Like if Rachel Riley can't get on Survivor, it's like I don't know if any Big Brother players like that likely to get cast on Survivor nowadays. Like I guess maybe like DX. Um, why is the entire 52 cast in their 30s? Like, I'm too fair. That's exactly how like 48's cast look like at first, right? Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like Lindsay's kind of like in the middle of these tiers. Is kind of what I'm currently feeling. Like at least credit her for not being like targeted. Unlike those people, but also she does suck. Yeah, it's only like 7 people or something like that. So again, it's the exact same way that 48 happens. Like 48, like we only got like the first few people initially, and like it was all like people like in their 30s. And to fair, it ended up being like a pretty like middle skewing. Like it's like that was pretty much the like average of the cast, but there's obviously like some diversity in there, age wise. Yeah, I think Survivor's the toughest to get on nowadays. Like Amazing Race seems to be like in a spot where they can't really fight back and they're just forced to do whatever. Big Brother just doesn't seem to care, so they're willing to put on whoever. Like Survivor is like in a spot where like they care and they also have like the power to still push back against CBS a bit. Um where are we at? So Kim, Liz Markham, I think they're probably tied together. Actually, now looking at it, Lindsay is probably just Paloma and Marisa, right? Like had an ally, but also confrontational and was on the bottom. So yeah, Lindsay's probably there. So Kim and Liz Markham, I kind of feel like they're probably higher. Like yeah, they played poorly. Um, or like they were on the they're part of a duo that was on the bottom, but like they at least had an ally. I don't think they did that much like actively wrong outside of just being like again, maybe didn't like pull in other people like as well as they could have, but tar dozen ratings, it's like fine. Like it's definitely worse than Survivor. I don't know the comparison of Big Brother. If I were to guess, I would say they're like pretty similar. But obviously, Big Brother is just like its own separate beast in the sense that like Big Brother benefits from the fact that it's on during the summer. It's on like so many times a week, and it's also cheaper to make. It's like I don't know, there's like I think Big Brother's for sure the more like successful franchise for them. How many people left the rank for today? 46 right now. Um, which this is technically what's left of the tier that we started on. is Jess Chong is the last person in that. So that's why I haven't updated the number yet. How much cheaper is Big Brother to make than Survivor? Like a lot, like an insane amount less. Um, the budget for Survivor is like known. I forgot what it actually is, but like it's out there. I don't know if we actually have the budget for Big Brother, at least like recent numbers. But like I can assure you, it's way cheaper to film on a like set, like just like yeah, like a random set in the middle of LA, than it is to like fly everyone out to Fiji and then like do all that, like build all those like ridiculous challenges and all that stuff. It's like Survivor is definitely way more expensive. Um, I actually do want to look this up real quick. Um, Survivor budget. 2 million an episode. So yeah, like so yeah, what Survivor would be like 26-ish million a season. What's Big Brother's budget? A season is estimated to be between 5 and 10 million for Big Brother. I would guess 10. Like 5 feels a little low. But either way, it's like, yeah, it's like that's a good difference. It's like if Big Brother's budget is like 10, even if we're going to like 15, like in comparison to Survivor, which is like 26 to 30-ish, it's like, yeah, it's like it's clearly cheaper to make Big Brother. 26 fuck me. They spent 26 million on IOI. That's rough. Yeah. Do I think Saw is a shot of returning? No, I think it'll be forgotten about at this point. I think if the reaction had happened before they started casting for 50, even then he probably doesn't make 50. But like, I think he at least would have gotten called. The spot that we're at now, I just think he's gonna be forgotten about by the time of the next returning season. I think it's too many seasons. There's just other people in 47 that I think are still more likely, and I just don't think they're gonna call as many 47 people. By that point, it's like he'll just be replaced by like some random person from 52 or something. Okay, so what do I want to do with Sokim and Liz? Like, okay, part of me is like, I part of me is like, okay, what is Helen doing this high? At this point, like, is Sokim and Liz Markham really that much worse than Helen, and even like a Stephanie Berger? I mean, really, it's like most this tier because like even Ronnie had like Aaron. It's like there's an argument there here. Is Liz actually better than Peter? Is debatable. It's like all these people had at least a theoretical ally. Actually, all of them did have. Yeah, all of them did have an ally that stuck by him by the end. Okay, so like for the most part, I don't feel that bad about putting them around here. I think the main qualm comes from Liz above Peter. Factor challenge strength. I think I am. Like, because I think it's like the thing is like I am in the list as a whole. I think the problem is that, like, yeah, there's someone like a Matt Quinlan who has challenge strength, but the thing is, like, he was in a spot where, like, they didn't give a shit and they still voted him out despite his challenge strength. So it's like I just think it's like a spot where, like, the challenge strength doesn't matter to these people because, like, they were voted out despite their challenge strength. Like, I mean, again, I think it's a spot where, like, is challenge strength maybe something that puts, like, Brooke above, like, a Ronnie Bardaw or something like that? Maybe. I think, like, within the tier, maybe it's a difference, but I don't think it, like, moves them tier wise. Um, when it comes to challenge strength. Um, I think they're lower though. Like I don't know. Like maybe it's a spot where maybe I do need to move Helen lower. But also is Helen like lower than these people? I'm not sure. Um, that's a bad example because obviously his strength matters less. That is fair. That is fair. Um, that like the all men tribe of it all probably factored in. And I guess same thing with like Brooke. Um, hmm. This is just a weird like part of the list. Yeah, it's like I feel like Brooke is fine where he is. Um, like if anything, actually, maybe Brooke is like here, or even like here, genuinely. Um, and maybe I do just move Ronnie and Stephanie Berger. No, actually, let's do something first. Okay, I think there are people I want to keep together, but do they move down alongside like all these people? Because like all these people were people that were voted out first in their groups, right? I think that's literally every person here. Yeah. These are people that at least survived the tribal. These same thing. Yeah, all these people survived the tribal. Um, I think this is kind of the weird spot for it. Um, so maybe it's a spot where I guess if you're like Bryce didn't survive a tribal though, right? Um, and like Jem didn't survive a tribal. Um, and Misty technically didn't survive a tribal. Maybe Roxy is like closer to here. Misty, Bryce, Sarah. Sarah survived the tribal. I was always going to. Hmm. Yeah, it's like Misty, like you can argue, is screwed by. I don't know if screwed is the right term, but like. Was swapped into like a very broy group where the men stuck together. Um, I think Bryce might just be there. Maybe Jem as well. And I'm kind of thinking maybe... Don't want to do it. I'm thinking about moving them all down to here. Cool, hit the mic. I don't think that's the most egregious thing in the world when looking at like the individual people that's changing. Like it's actually making like this feel more boot order. Like I think it actually makes more sense that way. Morgan below Blake also isn't the most egregious thing. Even though like I can kind of go either way in that. Helen below Josh also isn't like the worst thing. Yeah, I feel like that feels okay to me. Yeah, Misty. I don't know what to do with Misty. Like, she doesn't really fit. I mean, like, she's not real. Like, she never survives a tribal. It's like, even if she got through that one round, like, if we're saying, like, okay, like, the target wasn't on her because of her idol, it's like, okay, then Sally goes and then she goes next anyway, probably. Maybe. I mean, like, who knows? Maybe they keep her around over Sally, but even then, it seems like Sally at least had, like, better relations with, like, Austin and Nick. She's the original Parvati, sure. Chris Noble, Sifu, Rome, and Bruce need to be one tribe someday. I would love to see it. I feel like this feels like a spot where like Misty's the top of this, more so than she's like tiers above them. Like she might be one of the best to like get voted out their first tribal. But these people are here though, which is an issue. Okay, yeah, I think actually Misty probably fits closer to these people then. I think she's probably is closer to like a Nadia, a Claire, like that sort of grouping. Then yeah, I think these changes don't. Yeah, I think I'm kind of fine with that. I actually think there's an argument is like this grouping above this. But I think I'll keep it for now. Okay, let's see where we're at. So we got Jatia. What am I doing, Jatia? Jatia survives like a few tribals. She's not playing well through all of it, but she's at least like in the initial majority. I kind of feel like she's at least there. Like, generally, like, she at least, like, again, Jatia's one of these players that is another one that's, like, really bad. But, I mean, like, I think it's even different than Banu because, like, Banu was just, like, kind of there. Like, he was even in the initial majority. He just kind of, like, voted. Like Jatia was actually in a majority alliance that started with Tasha, Garrett, and Spencer. And it crumbles almost instantly. And yeah, you can argue Jatia was screwed by production, how she leaves. So yeah, I kind of want to boost her up. Like maybe to here. Like I don't know if I want to go full on like up to here, but like I think like Sandy Bergen, Sylvia. Like I think Sylvia is actually like maybe not the worst comparison in the world. Like she feels worse on paper, but like yeah, she did get unlucky at a couple spots. Um, yeah, I think Jatia being here is not the worst thing in the world. Maybe even like here, I think it's like this ballpark feels fine. Um, like I think my initial instinct when moving her up was to move her here, but actually that's also actually not that terrible. Um, you can argue she at least had agency for that first vote. I don't know if agency is the right term. Schwartz can convince you to flip on your alliance, and your alliance isn't strong anyways. That is fair. I'm debating like her versus Alicia Holden. Like, is there okay? Cool. Fuck me. Drop my phone. But yeah, like, is there really that much of a difference? Between her and Alicia Holden. And maybe that's more of a sign that they should move down. But it's for he survives 2 votes. So he's over Garrett, which is pretty insane. How much credit do I give Say for flipping Cedric? Not a. I mean, like some for sure. Like I do think she saved herself in that spot. Um, but I think it's also a problem that she was in that spot that she needed to flip over Cedric to begin with. But yeah, credit her for flipping Cedric. Um, yeah, I think I'll leave her there for now. I don't feel like that feels that bad. All right, then we got this grouping. Ashley Mazzaro, like she's not in a good spot the entire season. Doesn't even vote correctly that first vote. But does survive a vote. I'm thinking like here. Okay, wait. Or is it here? Um, Actually, even like Leslie Nice, I think it's like the only pro for Ashley is that she survived over Ashley Nice, or over Leslie Nice, but she's not really that good. How many people left? We're like 40 something, 41 or 42. Fuck me. Then again, this bottom tier I think is like mostly solidified. Like, so like it's not like that will be that difficult, but still. Um, yeah, I feel fine putting Ashley here outside the fact that like she's above Ashley. Or fuck me, dude. Okay, dude, you can tell I'm getting fucking tired because I keep on calling fucking Leslie Ashley. Um, oh, never got the live notification when I went back on. No. Yeah, I went back like, oh, I think it was like 8 minutes after. Like it was meant to be 5. Then like weird stuff happened to Twitch. Anyway, um, yeah, Leslie. Wait, no, not Leslie. Well, yeah, Leslie, but also I mean, the problem though is that like Ashley couldn't even get in a like. Okay, I think it's like a spot where like, do I credit her this much? Because like it's a spot where she's on the outs, and like at least these people were voting in the majority. Like she's not even voting in the majority either time she goes to tribal. Like she's just like so far shut out of her group, and never really had an ally. And I guess she was sick at the time. To be fair, um, I think obviously now knowing like a lot more about Ashley Mazzaro, there's like other like um there's like sympathies to be had with her, but like also it's like she's also just not that good of a player. Like I think the only thing to really prop her up for is the fact that she did survive a tribal. But I can't really attribute anything that positive to that, considering she's not even involved in like saving herself. So yeah, I think I will leave her at the bottom of this. Annie, Annie's a bit different. Like Annie at least does vote out Nicole. Like I think by the end she's like a bit aloof to her overall position, but she should at least be here. I think she actually is at least in this tier. All right, what was the previous thing someone mentioned about Annie shouldn't be lower than someone? How far back in chat is that? Oh yeah, why is Nicole? Which yeah, now she's not. So yeah, I think this feels fine. Had Alex kinda. Yeah, not any different than like Marilyn having Tina though. Like I think it's kind of a similar thing where like Alex Wanderer is like a backup, but then like was just kind of willing to let her go. So I don't know. I think Annie here that doesn't feel that bad to me. Jess Chong. Okay, so I think on paper, Jess is closer to here. Like Jess was at least eventually involved in taking out Jelinski. And like there's at least like good instincts from Jess. The problem I have with Jess is just the fact that she can't seem to handle the actual game. Like Jess is just someone that like again, I just don't think she's well suited for Survivor. So it's like, how much do I really knock that down from her? Where again she would be okay. What the fuck? Again, she would be probably around here otherwise. Okay, yep. Dude, I am so tired. You can tell I'm not even hitting the right fucking keys at this point. But again, we will still finish this tonight. I am not ending stream until I finish this. Let's see. Okay. Just like she still did survive that first tribal. Like that is the thing to give her credit for. Like that's something that these people couldn't do. Like maybe I can like move her to like here. Maybe she's like the top of this tier just because she did actually survive that first tribal, despite the fact that she's like positioned similarly to these people. Q did give her an idol, surely. Oh yeah, I forgot I never actually talked about that either. I have moved the dates of this. So like the video was meant to start, like the series was meant to start on August 1st. That's not happening at this point. I delayed it to August, I think it was 22nd or something. Essentially, it's like the first video after my mid-season power ranking for Big Brother is kind of what I'm doing now. So like the timeline of it in terms of like Saturday videos is, or like main video, whatever. It's like cast assessment for Big Brother this week. Next week is the 51-52 video. Week after that is the 50 review. Then I'm going to have 2 weeks of like Big Brother videos. Then I'm going to have the mid-season power ranking for Big Brother. And then after that is the start of this. So essentially I delayed it like 3 weeks or so. But yeah, so I need this. Ideally, I'd have this done around the time that I finish the 50 review, which would be in 2 weeks. So again, we'll see if that happens. All right, I think the big thing about Just Chong is just how much do I dock her for sucking at the survivor aspect of the game. Because like, I don't think she's as like actively bad of a player as like these people, but she can't really handle the game. But also, yeah, it's like generally, I just don't think she's that actively bad. Yeah, she sucks socially, but like not to an extreme. Like I'm actually kind of feeling more like, is she just Courtney Moon level? Like, is that kind of where I kind of land on her? Right? Is she just like the median of like not actively bad enough, um, but also not good in any way? Like, there's almost no positives to really say about Jess, but also she's not the worst. Like, she's not like someone without any like, I don't know, redeeming factor to her. So, I don't know. Was Corey Moon the first boot up before the medevac? Uh, I don't 100% know. She would have been an option. I don't think we ultimately know for sure who would have gone home first. Um, like it would have been between her and like Nina, I think. Um, bad socially, bad at challenges, not strategic upside, can't sleep physically on the island. I think like strategic upsides, like again, she recognized the idol was fake. She knew like what Kenzie, Tiffany, and Q were doing. Like that's something. Like again, like I said this before for like Jess, that's like I think put Jess in like a 1-day survivor game. I think Jess does very well. The problem is that I don't think she's suited for a 26-day game. So it's like how much do I give her credit for like at least having like some skill, um, but just not enough for this game in particular. Um, I think I am gonna put her here. I think it's like I feel better about her strategic ability than I do of these people. Like I think these are all people that self sabotage more. I think Jess was in a just worse spot to begin with. So yeah, I'll do that. All right. How many people do we have left? I think like 41. Oh no, 40. We're down to 40. Thank God. We're almost done. 40 players left at fucking 3:27 in the morning. Thank God. At least I didn't drop any more frames since again like a couple minutes after I came back. So that's cool. Only 30 hours of doing this tier, probably. I believe with this stream we're over 100 hours, by the way, of doing the player ranking. So that's something. Okay. Kel, I think, is actually one of the worst. Can I click? There we go. Yeah, Kel is actually awful. Like I think he might actually move down tier wise. Like Kel sucks. Like there's like no real redeemable quality about Kel. He has no allies. He's like this physical presence that's taken out first anyway. Like obviously there's the stories around him, but like he was still kind of just like a creepy guy, and like people didn't like him, and he was voted out first. So, Joanna, I kind of want to move to Ashley Mazzaro tier. I can see her being like I think she's actually like a tad higher in the fact that she at least had Jean as an ally. Ultimately though, she was pretty confrontational. People didn't like her. She, yeah, it's like I still think she sabotaged the game by the end, but she at least had an ally in Jean to where, yeah, it's like I think she's in this ballpark, but I think probably like a slight step above Ashley Mazzaro. I can't shoot a piece of grass on Survivor without being in the bottom tier. Apparently, that's clearly the only reason. Jonathan Libby. I think is like one of the more difficult players here. Like obviously Jonathan's just someone that we don't ultimately know what would have really happened. Like obviously there was a movement to take him out. I don't know if that would have fallen through. It's still a spot where like a lot of people would have picked Jonathan over Willard for whatever that's worth. Um, but he was in a rough spot at the time. I think he is moving up here just because of the unknown of it all. Like generally, like he could just be Courtney Moon level. Maybe that is where I put him. I think Ben Browning is different. Ben Browning at least like controlled a couple votes. Um, Jonathan, like I think probably closer to Courtney in the sense that like they're just kind of unknowns. Less bad than Just Strong. I think that's debatable. Again, Jonathan Libby supposedly said some bad things. I don't know, I think Jonathan Libby here. I think I'll move him up into this kind of like unknown category. Is kind of what I'm calling it, I guess. Chicken. Damn. I think Chicken. I think I move him above Ashley actually. Like Ashley survived over him, but also Chicken at least had an ally. Ashley was just like on the bomb the entire time. Like I think Chicken with Joanna. I'm too tired. It's Joanna, right? I forgot how you pronounce her name. Either way, I think this is generally they're very different. Actually, like Chicken's actually the complete opposite. Chicken's like too docile. Like the problem with Chicken is that he just like is too passive and he just like doesn't do things in a spot where he probably should. Cast comes out on Tuesday, the 7th. Or at least the newbies will. I don't think the returning people will, but yeah. But yeah, I think I still put Chicken here though. He had an ally. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think Candace is also there. Candace had Aaron. I guess Super Aaron voted her out by the end. Yeah, maybe that's close to Ashley Mazzaro tier then. He's not actively doing anything. Who are we talking about? Chicken? Which is better than doing nothing on purpose. Isn't that the same thing? Wait, no, it's not 8v8. I think it's like 13v4 or something. Chicken was basically Wendy Joe. Kind of. Not 100%, but kind of. I think there's like there is a difference in the fact that like Chicken at least had Dave. Wendy Joe literally had nobody. I think the philosophies in the game though is similar. Where yeah, I think both of them had this like intention of coming into the game not wanting to piss people off, and their way of doing that was just by doing nothing, like intentionally doing nothing. I actually believe that, like, from what I understand, I believe that's false. Like, I believe the real story is that, like, her and Holly didn't have much of anything. And, like, the reality is that she was actually close to Eve. And Eve was the one that betrayed her. And that, like, the Holly thing was only shown in the show because, like, Holly made it deep and they wanted to, like, show more of Holly's, like, story. Well, Eve is Eve. Anyway, Shannon Elkins. Okay, so this is a tough one because, like, obviously we have like someone like a Ben Browning way higher, but also Ben Browning at least controlled a few votes. Shan Elkins didn't, but also Shan Elkins did have a couple allies in the game. Like he initially had at least half the tribe with him. They ultimately do flip, um, due to his actions. He still does lose Chase just naturally. I kind of just want to put him this low by precedent, to be honest. Or not precedent's not the right term. On what's the right term? Like just as a statement, I guess. Because he does genuinely suck. Yeah, it's like really he probably should be like I think Ryan Aiken probably feels okay actually. Like he probably should be somewhere around there. But also I don't want him to be. Yeah, principal. That's the word I'm trying to get. Not precedent, principal. I mean, I guess also actually maybe this, like, yeah, if I'm being genuine, maybe this, like, had a majority at a point, like, sabotage that. It's like that's kind of what some like this tier kind of is. How far away from the bottom am I putting Shan Elkins at this point though? 54. He's not in the bottom 50. Oh no. Maybe I switch these tiers actually though. I don't feel like that's the worst thing in the world because like at least with like these people there's like something excusable about them where like this was like not. They're like I actually feel like I can do that. Yeah, so I think that puts him barely in the bottom 50. Yeah, so that's fair. I'm doing that. Oh yeah, I guess there are other people that can move up too. That's fair. Zane Knight. Yeah. How do I handle Zane? Zane theoretically can be like here. Like he initially had everyone on like liking him and wanted to keep him around, but also actually really Zane I can kind of see here also with like Dawson, Ryan, Tina. The problem with Zane is that it's Zane. Like I think the problem is that like even like he was pretty well liked. Yeah, he had a strategy, I guess. The problem is that like he just was such a physical liability from the fact that he just stopped smoking and that sort of thing to where like I think he just goes home anyway. It's like, yeah, you can argue like his thing of like him telling people to vote him out or whatever that kind of vote out. But like also it's like I think he just gets voted out anyway. Though I think people liked him. So that's a credit to him at least. Generally, I think he probably is here though. Yeah, like is he that different from like a Tina Shear, those sort of people? Like he was liked. He really is just kind of like first boot because of physical liability reasons, and again the show try to give him like I don't know like more of a downfall than that, but like I don't know, he probably is just there. Stacy and Christine. Huh. Okay, Stacy could maybe move up a little bit. So both of them were on the bottom of their tribes from pretty much the beginning. Were pretty much dead men walking. I like the idea of putting all the smokers at the bottom. I could. It's not on the realm possibility. But yeah, they were on the bottom the entire time. They at least had each other, for whatever that's worth. I think that's at least here, right? Like, that's at least like a Lindsay sort of level. I guess the difference though is that Lindsay at least had like a fighting shot of staying. Like Stacy and Christine didn't, right? Like Stacy and Christine didn't really have like an alternative. Like they were just so blatantly on the bottom. Like Lindsay at least had like a chance of pulling over like Kelly and Mike. Like they at least like try to do some things to get them outside the bottom, and then could have potentially. Like, and like I guess to fair, that's more of a try breakdown sort of thing. Like that's more so a like 9-person tribe versus a 6-person tribe thing. Um, but still, I'm thinking right now, it's like, why is there that much of a gap between like Paloma and like a Candace? I guess Candace didn't even have Aaron vote with her by the end. I guess that's one of the differences. Yeah, Christine telling people that they're temporary players is pretty bad. Lindsay did call Mike's god a wizard. Oh, we're talking. Okay, yeah, okay, I get what you're talking about. I don't remember like which Lindsay we're talking about, which Mike. Okay, yeah. Which is funny considering, isn't Lindsay like MAGA now? Pretty sure that's a thing, right? At least I heard that's a thing. At least. Maybe they're here. Just because they were so clearly on the bottom. Like Marisa at least like had people at a point. I guess Paloma didn't though. Like I generally don't know what I'm doing with Paloma here. Like Paloma probably is closer to like this tier actually. Yeah, I think Stacy and Christine here is not the worst thing in the world. If anything, Stacy might move up actually. Stacy might be like a tad better, but I don't know where to move her if that is the case. Like Stacy was a unanimous vote by the end, right? Had an ally initially, survived the vote. Like she could be there. Like these are all people that survived the vote. I think the difference is that like Stacy wasn't in the majority for the vote that she survived. Yeah, I think she's ultimately I think she just is there. David Samson. Yeah, David Samson's moving up. Who are we saying he was like? He is. Where is the person that we were comparing him to? Bad Voce, kind of. Like he's somewhere in this range. I feel like. He at least had an ally. Again, his call to take out was it to like vote Garrett out at that first thing was kind of insane thing to do. He does by the end at least like do what is optimal. Like he at least like the funny thing about David Voce actually is that like his move to take out Garrett is insane, everything he does after that is actually kind of fine. Like, he actually comes off as like a pretty sensible player following that. It's just that like his first move to take out Garrett is just so insane that it sabotages the rest of his game. Um, but like, yeah, like by the end, it's like he still has Cass on board. He again is at least like going along with the group. He's again like playing a like somewhat sensible game. He was thinking about the end game. Thank God he was doing that. Um, yeah, I don't know where exactly to land him. I forgot, who were we talking about earlier of comparing him? Wait, let me see something real quick. I just scroll through chat again. Oh, in the Seku tier. Where's Seku? Oh, he's just like here. Um, yeah, it's not that much higher, which it's probably fair. I actually think he's better than Seku. Um, in a way. But yeah, I think he's like maybe in this sort of range. Like maybe above. Maybe around Jolanda. I think he is better than these people. My gut says he's better than these people. I think with these people, it's like kind of like a. You know, actually, maybe I will. No, because okay, these people were in majorities at points. David never was. So yeah, I think he's on the upper end of this tier. I think it's kind of where I'm leaning. Drew Christie is actually potentially moving up. Drew might go up here. Uh, Drew's like end of his game is horrific. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, Drew at least had like John Mish as a solid ally. Even by the time he's voted out, it's like only like barely over half his tribe is voting him out. Like all the other men outside Jeremy like did vote for him to stay. Um, yeah, it's like he's like outside that there's a lot bad. Like he threw the challenge. He like openly targeted Kelly, who didn't have the social capital to take out. Um, like there's a lot of bad stuff there, but he at least had like allies. So yeah, I think I'll put him in this like Gabe Cage, Shan Elkins, Matt Quinlan, sort of tier. I want to go back up real quick just to see. See, this here might have gone a little too high at this point. Um, I guess these are all people that survived the tribal. I don't think any of these people did. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Or yeah, now Patrick Bolton. Patrick Bolton survived a vote. Um, yeah, he survived a vote, and then the after was taken out for no real reason. And by no real reason, I mean like it's kind of it was bad that he was taken out on that spot because like uh again they really didn't need to take him out in that spot. It's pretty bad. He at least survived a tribal in comparison to some of these people. I mean, like, actually, is there anyone? Wait, no, yeah, these people. But yeah, he was at least in the majority for the tribal he survived. He did vote out Simone. He was at least involved in things that were happening. Um, What do I want to do with him? Like generally, everyone below the Courtney Moon line, I believe, was the first. Was never on the in of a vote. I think it's probably a better way to phrase it. Because there's people that did survive a tribal. You got Ashley, you got Stacy, you got Joanna, but like none of them actually knew what was happening. Patrick Bolton at least did survive a vote where he knew what was happening. So yeah, I kind of want to give him credit for that. Like maybe that's just here though. Like maybe that's like Cowboy Flicka, but then again, he's like kept around because of like challenge rank. But he's like at least these people were going to be the first boot. Like Patrick Bolton was never actually going to be the first boot. Maybe it's this here actually. Maybe it is Blake Towsley. Is he worse than Annie? I think he was more involved in a group than Annie, but it probably shouldn't be that big of a gap. Okay, if anything, actually, it's making me reconsider maybe moving these people back down. Or maybe just some of these? I don't know. Dave Cruiser, Blake. Yeah, I guess pregame is also a thing to note for Patrick. Okay, I'm trying to see something. I think everyone else, like these are all people that survived more than one tribal, I believe. No, Mia didn't. Mia also didn't. So I'm thinking of like maybe moving them down to like here. I'm literally like scanning through things just making sure there's no one that I feel off on that. 166? I'm a little surprised it's that high. I was thinking it was going to be like in the 150 something. These are meant to go down. I think that feels okay. Well, no. Okay, wait, no. This feels weird, though. Like, why is Betsy below these? But, okay, actually, no. Now I'm thinking about it. Wait, let me redo this. And then maybe I do just move Betsy back up. Okay, because, like, I think the fact that, like, Patrick Bolton probably shouldn't be above Jatia. think this feels better. Doing it this way, I guess. I think Betsy is one of the ones that bothers me. Maybe this is a thing, actually. Maybe, like, moving, like, Betsy, Lindsay Ogle. Like, these are people that, like, at least survived. Okay, maybe not. Well, I think, like, actually, no. Betsy and Lindsay, I think that feels okay. They were, like, on the bomb the entire time, but survived the tribal. Surprised Josh got fourth. No, that's pretty much kind of what I expected. I don't know. Blake, Mia, GD. Is JD that much better than Patrick? What am I doing here? Like, they survived at least 2 tribals, right? Was that big of a deal? And for Josh, needed an idol for one of them. Like, I think they're higher. It's just a matter of, like, are they that much higher? But I guess, to be fair, like, none of these people can survive. Well, I guess none of these people survive the tribal. So maybe it's just another spot where, like, do I move these down again? Like, these people? Like, who would they, like, Bruce, like, Helen would be below Bruce, but that's not the worst thing in the world. Stephanie would be, or, like, Gonzalez would be below Chris, but that's also not the worst thing in the world. Maybe I do it? I don't know. Let me test it out. Like, I want to change it and see how it looks. No, I want, okay, I think wrong tier. I think I move them here. I think JP, Flicka, Cowboy are still below. And I think these people are next. Just making sure I didn't delete anybody. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of feeling like maybe moving this back down. Or do I move this back up? By the way, Patrick Bolton's in the wrong tier. Or wrong column. Like, this feels like a slightly worse version of this. Is kind of how it feels. Maybe I go with something like that. Betsy's kind of a weird one because, like, Betsy technically is on the bomb the entire time, but I think she does have, like, good instincts. It's just that she didn't really have any social capital to do anything about it. But, like, on paper, she probably should be, like, closer to, really, not even that, actually. Like, on paper, she's probably like this, right? But like I think I give her like semblance of credit for like at least having some good wherewithal in the game. But maybe that's like closer to here. But I guess she survived the tribal where these people didn't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I do just settle on here. Yeah, because none of these people survived tribal. These people did. Well, it's not all these people did, but like I don't think Betsy says actively bad of players. These, yeah, I think I keep it, or I don't know. Do I? I can kind of see it going both ways for Betsy because like I do think Betsy's someone that had like good instincts, but also like she did like kind of let Russell know that she was going after him. That's not good. She'd have an open feud with Ben. So yeah, I think it's a spot where it pains me, but I do think I probably should just move Betsy down. Yeah, I think like really thinking it through, I think I kind of just have to. Okay. Then we're at what this? Rachel Aiko. I think Rachel Aiko is probably Kel level. Like kind of just awkward around camp. No one really. I guess actually to be fair, she had CC, right? She at least had an ally in CC. That's probably like here. I don't think it's good enough. I don't know, I guess actually it could put her Paloma level. Rachel so played Survivor. I guess she also played Strip something. I don't fucking remember. What was she? She was on Playboy. I forgot what she was on Playboy. It was like some morning show thing game. I don't know what the fuck it was. Betsy being worse than homophobe Shannon Hurts. Yeah, Shannon at least had like people working. Like, I guess for Betsy did too. I don't know. Okay, do I move these people up? Maybe I do move these people up. Like maybe not Chicken, but maybe Betsy, Stacy. Yeah, I think like Stacy, Betsy, Joanna. I think maybe I move up. Christine, I think maybe stays here with Chicken. Rachel, Aiko might join that. And then I think, yeah, these people, maybe I move up above these people. I think maybe something like that. If not, maybe even above these. Like, at least, like, they survived the vote. These people didn't. But also, they're not, like, particularly good players. I don't know. I think that's fine, too. It lessens the blow of Betsy being so low. Yeah. Pat Cusick had a lot of allies. That was kind of dickish. People didn't like. I don't know, like a decent amount of people didn't like him. But it is unknown how he would have done. But I think I am still gonna look at him as a first boot because I do think that's likely where it would have went. I think I put him with the Shan Elkins, Matt Quinlan sort of tier. Like yeah, there's some unknown, and I think through that I could put him here. But I think we see him get into enough confrontations And like there at least is a very reasonable way for him to go first, to where I think I'd put him in there. Eric Abraham. Eric, like, or fuck me, Abraham, he's not good, but he's also like, is he Kel? Like, I don't know. It's like he doesn't really have much going for him. Um, but I also like I do think he's bad in the sense that we do see him like be a bit domineering, and it was kind of an easy like vote. But also, it's like he's not the worst player in the world. Like, there's probably people that do more like more actively wrong. But also he had like no allies. He had no real like traction in the game. But also like it was a what's it called, 6-person tribe. With there being like an all women's group, it's like, yeah, I don't know, it was tough to maneuver. So I kind of want to give him credit for that. What did I had him. Well, like this is just different now, but like I think the problem is that he just doesn't really have an ally. It's like I think I might land him Kel level still. It's better than Just Chong. I mean, Just Chong at least survived a vote. Like man, she did something. Like Abraham didn't do anything. He didn't have any allies, and he was just there. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is kind of where I feel like I had to land for Abraham. Brad Reese. Um, Brad survived a vote, played pretty poorly throughout all that though. Um, does get taken out following that. Purple tier, obviously. Uh, hmm. Surviving a vote. So like that would put him probably closer to here, right? For surviving a vote at least. But the thing is, like he plays so like disastrously. Like part of me wants to knock him down a bit, but yeah, he did survive a vote. Like he seemed to have an initial like goodish position too. So yeah, I think I will put him there. I don't know, like I mean, like him telling like Shannon and Sarah that one of you two are going is pretty insane. Yeah, he at least had Genie too. That is fair. Like Genie, yeah, was loyal to him. Yeah, so I'll do that. Reem. I think Reem is closer to the Rachel Aiko spot. Um, had Wendy wanting to keep her. Uh, Overall, like, kind of had no chance in that group. She was not like, again, she was clearly like an outcast there, but she at least like had an ally, and I don't think she does like that much wrong to cause her elimination. I think she's just kind of disfavored to begin with. Um, I think it's close between these two tiers, but yeah, I think I'll settle on this. Um, I not watched Bloody Game yet. I don't know when I will. Probably be a while. Um, how is it though? Because I generally have not heard any like reception to it. Be it Jackson might also be here. Maybe I give Jackson a bit of a knock for the fact that like, what are you doing? Not telling production about what medications you're on. Like, how dare you? That knocks you down a tier. Um, But generally, he is another one that like had an ally, but also was probably the first to go. Didn't really have much going for him. Um, doesn't do that much like actively wrong, I guess, and like had an ally. So it's like, I don't know. Jackson should be last, the only person who literally wouldn't have been casted. But I guess you can debate that like it was impressive that he was cast. He must have done something right. Again, he tricked production. He outplayed production. Um, yeah, I think I'm probably going here. He didn't though. I mean, he did at first. He did to at least get on the season, and he did to even make the list. That's surely what he was trying to do. He was going to be like, oh, I need to make sure that I'm ranked in the Rain Reviews ranking of every player. Um, like that's what my goal is. Um, where do I have Geo? And M4. Yeah, Geo's next. Geo's pretty bad. He at least had an ally, but again, like a pretty self-destructive player. He did know about the Lindsay vote, right? From what I remember, he just voted not with Lindsay, or he voted with Lindsay for like the split the vote or something, right? Wasn't that the story? Um, it's like he survived the vote and was involved in it. So I guess that's like a minor credit. Um, um, yeah, like I think that's probably fair. Is that he's like close to Brad. Survived the tribal, had an ally. Yeah. Charity had an ally but didn't survive a tribal. Likely would have gone home at every tribal pre-merge, which is pretty bad. Um, yeah, she's probably just here. Like she probably is with yeah, Christine, Chicken, Rachel, like those sort of grouping. Um, she did do very. Maybe she should get a boost for having such a terrible ally that didn't want to make a big move. Um, Cheers making me realize Chris Noble may be too high. I mean, Chris Noble, I think I give him like a tad bit of. Where's Chris Noble anyway? I think yeah, Chris Noble. It's like I give him like a bit of credit for like he initially had like a group of 5. I don't think it would have stuck, but like he had a group of 5. Um, yeah, too fair. After that, it's like he probably goes home at every opportunity, but he at least initially had tied numbers. That's something. But yeah, maybe knock him a bit. Maybe this tier should be broken up a bit more because like it is kind of like Chris. Maybe Chris is just too. Yeah, maybe it's just Chris because like Sifu, Bruce, both went to tribals where actually I guess Sifu. I think he had immunity at the merge, right? At the Kayla vote. But still, it's like he wasn't gonna get voted out there anyway. It's like he had like a good recovery at a point. Bruce at least had that split tribal where like he didn't get voted out. Rome was had the Asia vote where like he was at least safe there. Like all these people are people that like at least got through one round naturally. Chris doesn't even have that, and like he maybe could have, maybe, but like it's not even known. So it's like yeah, I feel like Chris may just move down. Um, I'm kind of feeling, yeah, like is Chris that different from this?
I guess the issue comes from the fact that, like, is Chris Noble worse than Brad and Geo? Um, which is like they survived votes and they had allies in the votes that they got voted out at. Chris Noble didn't. Kind of. I mean, to Chris Noble did have like Desiree and like Angela wanted him to stay and that sort of thing, but like, um, maybe it's like closer to. Okay, yep, that's what I meant to do. Um, maybe it's closer to like here though. Maybe it's closer to like a Flicka Cowboy JP. Um, yeah, I. Hmm. Like he's just different, really. Free Brad Reese. Um, his idol, like his not playing his idol is still one of the dumbest things ever. Like it is pretty insane that he didn't play his idol. Um, maybe I do it. Maybe I just fucking do it. Like it is actually really dumb. Like how he gets taken out. And it's like we ultimately like I just think he goes home like every time after his original tribe configuration. And even there, it's like there's at least a chance. Like he at least would have been targeted at a point. So yeah, fuck it. I'll put him there. Um, are we at the next tier? This is the next sub tier, right? We're almost done. 20 people left. I'm not being dumb, right? We did just go through a whole bunch of people. Yeah. Okay. I'll take that. Um. Yeah, went through 20 people. Cool. I'll be honest, straight up, I'm so fucking dead right now. Like we need to finish this so soon. I'm like barely conscious at this point. Billy Garcia. Um, like I think at best he's here. Probably not even there. He's probably fine. Like, yeah, he's probably fine here. Like, he had no allies. I guess like Christina was like, what do you call it? Empathetic towards him. But ultimately, it's a spot where like she wasn't even willing to save him, and there wasn't really much runway. I guess like to be fair, that's like Kel probably is worse. And I don't know, maybe Abraham also is worse. Like at least there was like someone that was kind of in his corner to a degree. I think that's kind of Candace coded. Actually, I think the thing also though, like Billy Garcia like having his tribe throw the challenge to take him out, that's pretty bad. He claimed he could make a toilet. Um, yeah, what was it? He claimed something that he's gonna help his tribe with, right? I don't remember. Yeah, I'll go there. Wanda. I think Wanda. I'm probably gonna leave here. There's really not much to say about Wanda. I think she just would have been like an easy consensus first vote. No one really liked her. Uh, like she obviously is a physical liability. I just don't really feel like there's much to praise for Wanda. Uh, like if anything, it's really just the fact that she like gets taken on the spot that she does that leaves her this high because like otherwise she probably would be like here. Um, but I think because of the unknown, it's enough to like not put her at the very very bottom. Jillian survived the vote, and at least was in the majority of that vote. That's something. And by precedent, that would move her up, right? That would move her like to here. But like, I don't know how well Jillian plays anyway, right? Actually, if anything, maybe that moves her even higher. But no, I don't think Jillian's actually that good. Like, I think Jillian probably is closer to here. It's like, yeah, she voted in the majority, but like, it was still a spot where it was like her or them. It's not like a spot where like she actually had like any semblance of agency in that vote. Um, I'm trying to remember who's the other person from earlier that survived a vote. I mean, like Ashley, but like, I feel like there was someone that like survived a vote and they voted in the majority, but oh wait, it was this grouping, right? Brad, yeah, Brad and Gio. Do I want to put Stacey or do I want to put Jillian that high? Like, at least with these people, they had allies. Like, Jillian didn't really have any allies either. Like, anything, I think like Jillian's probably just like a glorified this, right? So, yeah, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Wendy Jo, I think is also here. Like, she had no real runway, no real allies. They're probably again like there's at least like actually generally Kel might actually we'll deal with that later. When the person you survive over is a bottom 10 player, I think yeah, that's also fair. Is that yeah? It's more so because Michelle just sucks so bad than than Jillian did much well. Yeah, Wendy Jo here I think is fine. No allies, no real potential in the game. Yasmin, I think, is a little interesting because there's at least like some conversations about saving Yasmin. Ultimately, they don't go through, and like that's an issue. But like, at least there was more of a chance. Yeah, she at least had Shambo. Yeah, it's like I feel like that's maybe more like here. Like I it's a kind of a close between her and Candace. Like Candace is someone that at least had like more of a solid ally in Aaron. To where while Aaron does vote her out, it's like Aaron only votes her out because she knew that she was going. Yeah, Yasmin was someone that like yeah she has Shambo, but like did she really have Shambo? Like it's like Shambo voted with her, but it's not like Shambo was like actually loyal to Yasmin or anything. Um, so I can kind of see it being argued either way. Uh, I think I'll give the edge to Candace. Actually, I think I would give the edge to Candace. Um, Nina Costa. Nina Costa might be a little higher. She had a few people not voting for her. It was kind of a hectic vote where it really was this like majority group that voted for her, and then like all the stragglers didn't want her out. So it's not horrible. Like not the worst of the worst. It's still a spot where like I don't know who. Like I believe her and Monica had like a good relationship, but she didn't really have much going for her outside that. Um, I still think with Courtney Moon, it's just an unknown. Like we don't really know what ultimately would happen with Courtney Moon. We at least did actually see what happened with Nina. Um, yeah, maybe I'll move up on her. Okay, yeah, that's not great phrasing. Um, I think she's better than Christine. I guess like with Christine, it's like you can maybe like give a little bit of like credit for like the challenge ability, but outside that, I think Nina's just better. Um, but also I don't think I don't know, were her and Monica really that close to be like ride or die allies? Like if they were, they would have voted together. I don't even think they voted together, right? Because didn't she like vote for Kat and then like Monica voted for like Christina or something? It's like it was kind of just like all over the place. Um, yeah, that's fair too. Christine was only good at like Redemption Island, which was also like a 1v1 sort of spot. Um, I think I'll go somewhere like this. I think the people above her had like more solid allies. Um, but I think Nina does less wrong than some of these people. And still had like kind of a hectic vote. So yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I think that doesn't feel that bad to me. Marissa Peterson. Marissa Peterson is probably here. Like ultimately, it's like I think her calling out Brad Culpepper is really dumb. I do think she was disfavored by the blood versus water twist to a degree. Um, but also her calling out Brad Culpepper was dumb and she had no allies. So yeah, I think this is still fine. Nina. Okay, Nina from Worlds Apart, to clarify, is really bad, but at least had a shot. But also the fact that she like had a shot and then ruined that shot is also an issue. And she theoretically almost pulled off a 3-2-1. The problem is that she was the person that blew up the 3-2-1. It's all her fault. Couldn't be more actively bad. Yeah, it's like she's definitely like more actively bad than I think probably any of these people so far. But I think a minor credit to her is that she had an ally in Vince. And also had an ally in Will initially. It's like she at least had those allies to where that was even possible. But also the fact that she like ruined the move to begin with is also what makes it horrible. Do I make her the worst person that had an alliance? That is true. We got rid of the king coconut vendor for sake of a racist. Pulled a Vince BB and made Will and Vince rival enemies. Yeah. I think her surviving a vote gets her past that first tier. And I think I'll deal for later in this tier. I think she's like, I think you'd argue both ways with these people. I think you'd even argue like Christine. Like I think she's somewhere in this ballpark, and we'll deal with that next time. By the way, don't know when next time actually will be with the player ranking. Considering next stream will be after the. Oh, actually, no. Next stream will be no. We will probably do it next stream. I was thinking next stream will be after the premiere, but no. Yeah, so we'll probably work on this next stream also. We'll do the Big Brother draft also, but yeah, after Big Brother draft, we'll probably work on this. And again, hopefully this final step will be fairly quick. Like obviously I doubt it'll be as quick as I would like it to be, but like it should be quick-ish. Maybe. We'll see. Probably not. Anyway, Jacob Derwin. Jacob. I feel like Jacob kind of feels like Yasmin level to me. But also like Jacob also should have probably been the first boot. But I guess for Yasmin is the first boot from her group. No, BB Cast is coming out on Tuesday. Yeah, I think Jacob at least had like some inroads. Had they like could have gotten the numbers, I think they would have been willing to keep him around. I just didn't think they had like the numbers solidified, like from the likes of like James and Laurel and like Donathan, those sort of people. So yeah, it's like, and is Jacob Derwin that far apart from like a Billy Garcia also? So yeah, I think it's Jacob Derwin in this tier feels okay. Is Abraham getting too low? I think like the problem I have with Abraham is that like there's just not much to actually say about Abraham. Like it's like he's not even that like horrible. He's just like not good. So like, does that deserve to be this low? I don't know. Anyway, Simone. Yeah, Simone's just here. There's not really much positive to say about Simone. She's just on the bottom. Doesn't really have any pros. Doesn't really have much of a chance of staying. She's just there. Natalie Cole. Natalie Cole survives the vote. Outside of that, she's a pretty horrible player. Her own people flip on her by the end. That's pretty bad. But she survives the vote. She actually did do good work with like a John Hennigan. For whatever that's worth. So like you can argue she was swap screwed. I think ultimately I probably still land her here. It's not like she was ever in a good position. I don't know though. Actually, maybe more like a Nina Acosta level then. Especially considering she did end up surviving a vote. Or maybe at that point, maybe just put her in like the Brad Reese tier. Because that's also possible. Yeah. The person she survived over is even lower than her, which is fair. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, I do think she got a not ideal swap to her while she was swapped in the majority. She was swapped with like Mike White, who was like annoyed with her. And to be Angelina wasn't a bad swap, but like I think Jillian's fine. I think it's a tad different, but yeah, I guess it shouldn't be like maybe she. Yeah, I think she's just a better Jillian. So yeah, maybe it is still like this tier. And yeah, she still didn't have like a ride or die ally. Like she had people that wanted to keep her around, but like yeah, she didn't really have because it's not like at least like a Rachel Aiko had like a CC as like an actual ride or die ally. Like Reem had like a Wendy and like all these sort of people had like somebody. Like Natalie Cole doesn't really have anybody, and it's still like very confrontational. Yeah, like people don't like her. I guess at that point it's like, is Nina maybe too high? Should I just move Nina back down? Because I feel like Nina Acosta, to clarify, and Natalie Cole shouldn't be that far apart. Having Cece as a ride or die ally might be a negative. How dare you? Besmirch the great Cece. Yeah, I'm thinking I move Nina Acosta down for now. No, actually, no. I think I'll keep it because I think it's still different considering Natalie Cole is taken out like because like if they went to another tribe, Natalie Cole was going right. Like Natalie Cole probably just goes unanimously in that spot. Or like Nina at least had like a couple people still sticking by her. CC and Raidership and Riot Eyes, sure. Hannah Rose. What do I do with Hannah Rose? Fuck do I do with Hannah Rose? Again, like Hannah's like, it's difficult because it's another one that like, how much do I dock for the fact that she just can't play Survivor? Like outside that, like in terms of like basic skills for the game, like she's not awful. Like she's pretty well liked on the island. She like had alliances, but then she quit the game. And like seems like she just would always quit the game, and that makes it again really difficult to rank her here. Um, I think she's better than just strong. Maybe I don't know. Like, do I make her to like I don't know. Do I put her here? Do I put her for like the Courtney Moon? Like, is she just the baseline? I mean, it's like generally in comparison, like Hannah Rose versus Geo and Brad Reese, like she had a loyal number one ally. Um, she wasn't going to be voted out seemingly, in the short term at least. Like she was seemingly like again, like Geo and Brad were second boots from their tribes. Like Hannah, if she didn't quit, would have been third. That's something. Um, or maybe Zane actually. I think actually maybe that's a more apt comparison. Is putting her with Zane. I guess not exactly though, because like Zane would have been voted out either way. Hannah would not have been voted out. Um, so yeah, I think I'll leave her here. I think I'll leave her in this like kind of like middle ground of like kind of just people that there's just too many unknowns. I think it's kind of how I'm viewing that group. Banu. Um, Banu. My gut is to put him here. The qualm with that is that now does make Abraham the worst new era player. Which again was my instinct at a point. Like the reason I didn't keep with that was because again it doesn't feel like Abraham does that much like or like does enough actively wrong. But again, I think for a list like this, it's like as I mentioned earlier, it's like I think the criteria shifts from like trying to figure out what people do wrong into more so like thinking of what people do right. And like Abraham's just someone that doesn't really do much right. Like Banu at least survives two tribals. That's something. He survives over Jess. He survives over Jelinski. That's something. Um, just looking higher if there's like other people. Like I don't know. Like, is this even that like egregious for surviving two tribals? Like, I still think I have to put him below Courtney, as I think overall he is just an actively bad player. Um, but the fact that he survived two tribals, at least at a point had Q wanting him to stay until like he sabotaged that. Um, yeah, I don't know if this is the again. This feels like an okay spot. I guess like is Ryan Aiken getting too low? The question everyone I'm sure has been asking. Um, between you put Q, Kenzie, Tiff lower. I don't know if that's how it goes. Um, okay. Where's Shannon in this again? Okay, Shannon's definitely bottom 50, so I succeeded my goal there at least. Oh wait, no, that's not the get. Wait, oh no, he is, but like I didn't count the bottom row, but that's fine. Um, okay, am I keeping Banu there? I think I am. Like I think in a list like this, him surviving two tribals is good enough for that. All right, final row. We're almost fucking done. We have 7 people left. Not 6, 7, but only 7. Thank fucking God. This is almost fucking over with. Generally, I could just take this out at this point, right? I mean, I guess actually we'll. How? No, let's do 751 left. This will be for next time. Because we'll be actually making the list next time, and we'll be that'll be for next time. But anyway, we just got this. Generally, I think a lot of these people are just staying at the bottom. Like, I think Kel's probably joining them. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I guess it's like with Kel's, like how much does he actively do wrong? I guess is like the question. 6-7 Cal in this instance as BB and John Raymond are dead. John Raymond's not dead, is he? I mean, is he in prison? I actually don't remember. Like, is he actually in prison? Like, I know he obviously had the legal issues. Yeah, Deb. I think with Cal. BB's just kind of the worst of all worlds. I generally think BB might just be last by the time we get to it. I don't know. Like, because like with BB, it's like a spot where like he's not even in like he's, if we're ranking it on like how they played the first time they played, it's like he's in the shade, like he's old enough to where like he's probably just gonna be the first boot anyway. But also he doesn't try, and like he's like active, like despite the fact that like there's actually credit to him, the fact that he at least like has a good, like he has a he has a strategic mind for the game. He at least like recognizes the concept of alliances from the offset, but then just decides to not do anything and then gets himself voted out. So yeah, it's like he's probably there. John Raymond, yeah, also bottom tier. Willard also is a grouch. People didn't like him. I guess it's like he's probably like a step above the bottom of the barrel, but yeah, generally I just think all these people are at the bottom. I think that's kind of where we're at. I think these are just all the same tier. Jeremy is one that I'm like, he at least had Mike as an ally to like, I don't know, maybe we can move him up a bit. Like maybe to like here. Like ultimately, like Mike didn't want to keep him by the end, and like, yeah, he's still not like a particularly good player, but like, he at least had like a theory. I think it's actually probably more appropriate to put him like closer to here. So yeah, it's like I think Jeremy, yeah, just from the fact, I guess actually to be fair, Michelle had Kenny. Oh fuck it, that's actually making me want to do this. Like these people had nobody. John Raymond had nobody. Willard, I guess like Willard, you can argue maybe closer to here. Is that really the bottom 5 though? What do I have as the worst players of all time before? Wendy, Joe, Billy, Michelle, Shannon, Drew, BB, David, and Davis. Probably too high or low or whatever. Realistically, Deb's not that different from Willard. Yeah, again, like, just the problem with Abraham is just that, like, there's nothing really to praise him for. Or, like, a lot of other people, there's just, like, minor things to give him credit for. Like, Abraham is not that, so. It's kind of the issue. Yeah, generally, I think this is fine for now. We can, like, if we need to tweak this slightly next time, we'll do it. But, like, I'm fucking tired, dude. It's 4:44 in the morning. I need to go to sleep. So there we go, though. Again, I think like for the most part, this phase is done. I don't think I ever even updated this the entire stream, did I? But yeah. So next stream, essentially what we're going to be doing is going through this tier by tier and then ranking the people within the tier, and then that's just where they are in the list. Like that's literally where we are. We're at the end game now, kind of. And again, like obviously for people that are watching the VOD and everything, if you want to make comments, we'll go through them still. But yeah, we'll start this process on next stream. Next stream we'll also do the draft for Big Brother. We'll see how we have to handle the returning players and that sort of stuff. But yeah, we'll attempt to do a draft. After the draft, we'll still work on this, and then I'll be honest. After that, we'll have to see how exactly I'm gonna pace it out. Like I don't know if I'm gonna do any on Friday. And then yeah, it's like I think with like Sunday and like whatever, like we'll just have to see how much Big Brother shit is going on. But we'll hopefully get this done in the next couple weeks because I need it done in the next couple weeks. But we'll see. So, all right. Yeah. Again, that's it. I'm done. Dude, when I said that, my first instinct is fucking Stephanie LaGrossa saying I'm done in her video. But anyway, yeah, again, by the time next stream, we'll have most of the Big Brother cast. That'll be interesting. I will at least have worked on my cast assessments. Actually, no, by next stream, I'll definitely be done with my cast assessment. It's just a matter of can I get it done for release on Wednesday or if it'll be released on Thursday, which again, I'm not sure. We'll have to see. And yeah, I'll be working more on my 50 review. That's kind of what's happening between now and next stream. Hopefully I'll be almost done with One Piece by then too. Again, I'm chipping away at that. And yeah, once I'm finished with One Piece, I can get to watching all these other shows like Game of Blood and Survivor Quebec and Outlast and all that stuff. But yeah, actually, I never talk. Not this really matters to most people, but like, I have kind of pieced together what I'm doing with playing games. In that I think because I was initially gonna like try to finish Gears of War Judgment and then like cut off cold turkey until I'm done with the 50 review. I kind of realized that there's not much of a difference between like just playing 30 minutes of Gears of War Judgment a day versus like trying to finish it as quickly as possible and calling cold turkey. So it's like, yeah, I think that's just what I'm gonna do instead. And like that's what I've been doing. Is that like instead like I'm just working on the 50 review until like 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then after I play like Gears of War for like 30 minutes. That's kind of what I've been doing, and I probably will continue with that until I finish the 50 review. And like once I finish Gears of War, I'll probably just play Outer Wilds because that's like a game that you can play in like 30-minute like chunks. So yeah, that's probably what I'm doing there. Anyway, that's it. I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll have a lot to talk about then. But yeah, see you guys next time.